Had to
Hey.
skip to the 3 to 1 there. Hello, hello.
Right,
Alright.
yeah.
Just to check if my voice is going through, let's start our discussion. Pineapple belongs on pizza. Check. Let's.
Oh,
think-
yeah. Yeah, of course. I was there.
Smite this person.
Do not
Smite
speak
him.
to me of the old ways, child. I was there when they started putting pineapple on pizza and mom and pop joints and then in Domino's, and nobody argued. We just ate it. And then the full Hawaiian pizza with Canadian bacon. I don't know why they called it Hawaiian. It was Canadian bacon and pineapple. And everybody knows. Oh, no. Well, I'm just saying this whole pineapple doesn't belong on pizza thing is a creation of the internet. And as somebody that remembers before the internet as we know it, a creation of social media. And as someone who was old enough to remember before social media was a thing, nobody actually cares. I don't know why we're fighting about it. It's like the pirates versus ninjas nonsense that dominated the internet for years. Everybody likes
I have
pirates.
a lot of Italian.
Yeah, I feel it. Yeah.
So who's ready to play Blades in the Dark?
Yeah, right.
That's why I was
kind of
versus ninjas, because Blades in the Dark is the ultimate
segue
unification
of
pirates and ninjas into one game.
My mission is to steal the pineapple off all the pizzas.
Yeah.
Cutthroat thieves and assassins.
Yes, but on that note, sorry, producer, go ahead.
DJ Steve on the mix. DJ Steve on the mix. Yo.
Thanks, Steve.
Man
No,
dropped
that's-
a Hindi
that's
code in the middle
perfect.
of it. That's good.
All right, gentle people, are we ready to get into our night of dark and blades and shenanigans and crime and blood and ghosts and chases? I am. Let's go. All right. Before we start, I think it is only fair that we introduce ourselves to the wonderful people of the internet, and we shall start with a. Let's start with Hector, since they are right up on the top of the list here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hector, aka Okami, everywhere on the internet, Keiichi Okami, to be more precise. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm going to be playing Leon the Slide. Pronouns he, him.
Okay. Next up, Milo.
Hello, I'm Milo. You can find me most places on @Mintalicious. My pronouns are they, he. Oh, hello.
We heard them.
But I don't
we
think
hear them.
picked up.
Is it not a?
Oh, did I? Here I'm putting the technical difficulties all over the place.
Did you mute yourself on
Technical
Discord?
difficulties.
Technical difficulty.
Hello.
Could you refresh? Could you refresh, Milo?
Rejoin, refresh, turn it back on and back off again.
I
Wait,
froze.
what? Other way around.
Hello.
I can hear you, Milo.
I can hear video
Hold on.
not on stream. Not on stream.
No, I see them.
Discord end?
I think they
Can
might.
you hear Steve? Can you hear Steve, Milo?
I can hear Steve.
Okay.
Whether
Cool.
the screen can hear me or not.
So just refresh.
Okay.
Yeah,
Discord or the Video Ninja.
Video Ninja.
Okay.
Right.
It's what is a pantsless
Please stand
stream
by.
without, technical difficulties.
It's okay. All right.
I was about to say, that's deeply hurtful. That's deeply hurtful.
Steve, I love you, but we speak truths. We speak truths, right?
Well,
Some
I-
truths have never
working?
been spoken. Oh.
I can hear Milo.
Do you have them muted? Can you not hear them? Period?
That's so weird because I can hear Milo just fine. And
I can
also
hear
hear
Milo
Milo
fine.
Isn't Milo coming through Discord for the stream though?
hold on.
Their little icon thing is flashing, so I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she keeps on disappearing and coming back again. I'm not sure.
Like, are they are they audible on stream? Like, or is it just Steve that cannot hear them?
So I
Pull the
have-
stream up and see what happens.
Yeah, pull the stream up because I have it.
Here, let me just unmute the stream. I have it open right
in
now.
here.
Yeah, I can hear myself on the stream, so
Yeah. So
Oh,
can I.
then yeah.
And I can see Milo on the stream as well.
I can hear Milo.
Oh, okay. I guess it's
okay.
Steve.
So Steve's just crazy.
He's crazy.
No,
I mean-
Steve is dealing with serious production difficulties.
Steve is dealing with so much shit, man.
Steve might have
Steve has been awake
accidentally
for about
muted you.
72 hours so far, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man has not slept. Has he slept? I hope he has slept. Or catch caught under
Oh
nap.
dear lord.
Who's tagging me? Why dare? How dare?
Okay. Now that that has been superseded, Milo, right back to you.
Okay, hello. My name is Milo, pronouns they, he. This is my first time playing Blades in the Dark, and I'm very excited. And I will be playing Delwyn Jenkins, the Whisper, pronouns he, him.
Okay.
That
Next
tapping
up, we
noise?
have Lewis. Yeah, there is a bit of a tapping noise.
Oh shit. Is it
All right.
Okay.
I'm Lewis Wolf. Pronouns he, him, or they, them. I don't care. I will be playing Edric or Cedric. It depends. This is not my first time playing Blades, but I'm excited nonetheless.
Perfect. Next up, we have Moonshade.
Yes. Hello. I go by the name Moonshade. You will not find me on social media because I'm lazy to keep them up. Yeah, I've never played Blades in the Dark before, so this is my first time. And I will be playing. I believe we are using alias names for the characters, yes? So that I will be playing Larry Lurker the Lurk. Insane naming, yes. Pinnacle of naming characters. I understand. Thank you for the applause. Yeah, I'll be playing Larry Lurker the Lurk, he, him pronouns, and I look forward to have fun.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I think I made a mistake with who that was. Marmelo 3130. Apologies. I thought you were somebody else. But yeah. After Moonshade, we go to Mike.
Hey there, my name is Mike, he, him pronouns. You can find me on Twitter, I will never call it X, at LumberjackK8. Today I will be playing a lovable meathead cutter by the name of Jason Slatham. but he's more affectionately known as Meg.
Nice. Nice. And last but certainly not least, SpectreWulf.
Hey guys, I'm playing Cogsworth Fairweather in this game. My pronouns are he, him. I'm going for the alias Tink, the Tinkerer, and I'm playing as a European leech in this game. I am a mad scientist, in short, and I'm helping this kind of ragtag group of ours kind of get onto this heist that we're taking on in this adventure. And this guy is totally crazy and bonkers. He thinks that he's in a kind of a play. I'm not sure that he's not in a play, and his career has gone down the drain. But he thinks he's still in a play, and he comes off as a kind of philosopher and a kind of a weird guy who kind of tells the future. But he's a kind fellow to go with. So yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm going to play with that.
Awesome. And I am going to be your humble game master this evening, giving you a window into the dark, seedy underbelly of Duskwall. And with that, let's kind of change up the music, perhaps, because it's time to get funky. To give a quick little introduction to this world for those who haven't had any experience, the Shattered Isles have been mulling around for a long time, but things got a little more dangerous around 1,000 years ago when the sun shattered. No one knows how, no one knows why, but the only thing that is left of the sun are smoldering embers that occasionally glint in a portion of the sky. But that hasn't stopped the moon from shining. And it shines brighter and brighter, for it seems to grow closer to the earth from every year to year. And oh, did I forget to mention that the other thing that happened is that the gates of the dead opened up, and all of the dead bodies of the past resting in their graves rose up to become the unquiet dead that now roam the Deadlands. At one time, they were kept from what remains of the human civilization by a multitude of things. The different Shattered Isles had different ways of doing this. But that is neither here nor there, because in Duskwall, on this Akaros, it was initially done by runes powered by magic. But those seemed to fail after some time, getting weaker and weaker, until finally a revelation happened. As the gates of the dead opened up, the seas of this world turned into inky black voids where most things died, except eels and some small fish that live close to the coast. The depths are filled with massive demon leviathans that prowl the waters. Initially, very bad for trade, very bad for a lot of things. The world itself was changed utterly, and as it should, because there's very few ways to get from one place to the other when everything is under the threat of corrupt energies that now suffuse the world. But going back to the Leviathans, hunted and captured by Leviathan hunters, these massive beasts prove to be the salvation, for their blood turned into electroplasm becomes the power source for walls of lightning that keep the dead at bay. So, in essence, now, and this is a line that was just too good when I first encountered it. You are all in a Victoria trapped inside a wall of light is not metal-less. But that is the context. As the moon rises and as the stink from the canals floats up, the only that provides
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh
He
no.
killed our DM!
Audie's dramatic narration just
Would not be handled.
So we won. We won, right?
We
We
won.
won.
Yeah.
We won.
Yeah.
We won.
survive. I think we
Guys,
survived the heist.
thank you for listening to Game 8. This has been Blades in the Dark.
We blades in the dark all over the place, indeed.
Please donate.
We've blades
Please
all over
donate.
the place.
To support Starlight. It's a great cause.
It's an amazing cause.
Indeed, indeed.
The only way you can get Ardy back is by giving all your money. That's the only way. Quick, donate.
Yeah,
Please.
donate us. Please donate. Like, we are only, let's see here, 40 away from our
Each-
goal?
Yeah.
Each million you donate, you get 1 second of game time.
Yes. It could be internet issues.
Yeah, back to our.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, exactly. Yay! He's back.
Oh,
Yay!
Let's go.
Yay.
Oh. I apologize. Indian internet seems to be determined to fuck us over today, doesn't it, Steve? No.
I'm just really glad you're back.
But
so you had
Good
just
news.
got
While you were away,
hey, we were just getting into it. Yeah.
while
you were away,
we stole the
yes.
thing. We stole the thing. We got back, no problem.
Yeah, we won. Actually, no
Yeah.
heat. No heat, no stress, no harm.
Indeed.
You know
We
nothing?
got the blade
Oh.
from
That
Excuse me.
sounds like the most wonderful cotton-filled dream that you wish you had, my dear players.
Yeah.
I
For
wish.
reality is
Yeah.
far, far away. Reality is far, far
The
away.
player's voice is actually stupid.
Blades in the way. Unless it's
Um,
the chat's like blades in the way too dark.
Blades in the way too dark.
Here we go. We have expectations. Audie, you had
okay.
before
Yes.
you turned into a robot,
Mhm.
just to kind of set you up,
Okay.
you were talking about a favorite phrase. It involved the world of Victorian when you got to
Oh,
the end of your
shit.
description.
Damn it!
So
that is
I
that is
want
a
you-
beautiful
no.
line.
it was a great line, and I want you to
Okay.
share it with us.
It's not my line. This is the line I got off as the internet, and this is one of the reasons why I was so attracted to the system. The line is, "You're in a haunted Victorian era city, trapped inside a wall of lightning powered by demon blood." Now, if that is not a metal as fuck description, I don't know what counts. But going back to it, it is in this wonderfully light and hearty environment that we find our motley crew of scoundrels, ne'er-do-wells, and rogues. As a city where every inch of space is claimed and every microcosm has to be fought for tooth and nail and gun and blade, the Ace of Ravens is a group of shadows that has claimed their own space, having a lair in the district of Silkshore. They have risen to a certain level of reputation. Subtle operators, apparently. They are known for pulling off quite a few interesting little heists. And it is from such one heist that we see them recovering from in their downtime. On top of the table, since this is a one-shot, we're going to go into as many of the little segments of this game that we can try and portray for people who are new. And, I want to say that soon you will be one of us. But that is neither here nor there. But as they recover, there are a lot of things that scoundrels and rogues in Duskwall can do with their downtime. There's a bunch of things, actually. But let's go into that and see what the Ace of Ravens is doing. We shall go in reverse order this time, starting with Cogsworth Fairweather. What are you up to? And also, tell us what you look like and describe yourself.
Surely. So, Cogsworth Fairweather is like a kind of a middle-aged Victorian gentleman. If you have seen the likes before in the streets, he's with very cropped hair and kind of suave kind of demeanor on him, and even though he's kind of looks like a gentleman, he has very weird perspectives of life, and in general the death we have in our lives, and it's kind of like going on about alchemical kind of weird formulas that you meet him, and he's an odd bunch, and when you talk to him, it feels like that he's he's writing a play where he's in kind of a forefront or a central piece in the play, and all of you are kind of playing as the subsidiaries of or the kind of secondary characters in his play. Is there, and yeah, he's an odd bunch, and I think he's used to a bit of luxury in his life, but considering his current situation, that he's working on with one of the underworld secret organizations in this dark, that is Duskfall, and he's playing as a leech, the alchemist and the inventor side of the party, and he kind of helps them blow things up, if you don't mind the kind of blunt things of it. And he's there supporting his party, and it feels like he's writing his next play, even though he's not. That's it, Ali.
Let's go. But what are you doing to recover from? What are you doing to cope with the stress of your last outing with the Ace of Ravens?
We see Cogsworth kind of down on his third drink in the tavern, and he's quite drunk, looking around in a hazy way to every patron that walks into the inn, and he's kind of playing with his kind of normal small dices, and as people walk in, he just gives him a glance and then goes back to his drinks, he's kind of lost in his own cause, and probably he's waiting for some of his parties to show up.
Okay. As you continue to so specifically, what is your vice like in terms of the technical terms of the game mechanics?
Yeah, so Cogsworth is pretty much an alcoholic. He loves indulging in his vices of having kind of getting lost himself in the drinks, and he's pretty much hammered right now in the story.
Yeah.
And he's just looking for his party to come up right now.
Well, that is going to be a while away, for everyone has their own costs and things to do to recover from the stress of the life of a scoundrel. So as you continue to pound away at the liquor in a dive bar, we shall shift to the next figure. Meg, what are we doing?
So Meg is fond of a life of luxury. You know, they didn't have very much growing up, and you know, as soon as they got a little bit of money, they would spend it on very nice things, fine clothes, fine jewelry. So with a little bit of coin in their pocket, they're going to head off to see their favorite fence, a lady who goes by the name of Willa, and see if there's anything that catches their eye, anything sparkly to adorn themselves with.
Where would Villa be? Does she have a store front? Is it a seedy kind of fence operation? What's happening?
Yeah, it's very much a backroom fence operation from a reputable looking business. A reputable pawnbrokers with all the illicit goods out the back. So yeah, you very much duck in down the side door if you want the good stuff.
Right. As you walk in, you know the specific panel to press, which would send a little shelf moving backwards and allowing you to step into the secret store. And as you do, a small little bell sounds within the dark. And who's there?
It's Meg.
Oh, Meg, dearie. Come to see your Riley again, have you?
I may have a little bit of money to spend and things to buy.
Oh, it's itches like yours that I do like scratching, my lad. Do come in. I have a lot of pieces to show you.
Lovely. And I will head in.
And as the gleam of the lamplight scatters of shiny surfaces and providing light, glinting facets on your face, we shall move away, Jason Sladen, to Edric. What's happening? And more importantly, where is C?
So glad you asked. So Edric is, after their heist, they're still always working. As the person who brought the ravens together. But right now I think they're, gambling for information with Rigney. And it's a great time to pull out my Edgar Allan Poe tarot cards that have ravens on the back. It's apt. I have props, you see. And you're speaking of C, their bird, which is a great-eared nightjar, is just on their shoulder, showing this, do you think this is a good hand? And yeah, I think Edric is trying to get information for their next job. I should probably describe what Edric looks like. They are sort of eerily pale, inhumanly pale, have red sort of like cat-like eyes, and pointed ears. And their hair is styled in a way that would, sort of disguise their horns. They've made a bit shorter.
Okay. So you are playing cards, right?
Yes,
At the
I'm.
table?
Because my Edric's Vice is specifically gambling for information.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting that you say that, because at this point, it's a little later in the night. A couple of people have just folded their cards and walked away. One of them almost was grumbling and was about to go into their coat, but then thought better of it, because not only are you at the table, but so is Steiner. And there is a bit of a reputation that the both of you have in your own circles. They thought better of it and walked away. And now it is just you and Steiner at the table, and the pot is large. Steiner looks at you and so this is a bit of problem. I don't have any more money to give.
I don't need your money.
How long is this cat and dog and mouse of game of ours going to go on, Cedric?
When are you going to give it up?
I will never. Tell me what you want. I have a game to win.
Well, you won't win the game, but I will tell you what I'd like as my reward. Why are you here now?
I thought you might be a little more drunk than you would be, and there might be a chance to finish you off, but sadly, you keep your senses with your caution. Fucking.
Well, I don't want to make it too easy for you. I would like a challenge if you're gonna, actually succeed in killing me. It's cute that you think you will. You won't. But, there's something to be said about tenacity.
Right back at you, little thing. All right, I have a word of something that might interest you and your little cute group.
Thank you. Wow, it's so kind of you.
Is the pot agreed then?
Sure.
I will give you a very lucrative little piece of news.
Mm-hmm.
And if you lose, I will take your little finger on your right hand.
This one?
Little over, but smart. At least you make it interesting, little Cedric. Play your cards. Dealer, one more. And at this point, I will ask you, Lewis, to make the first roll of the game. Give me a fortune roll, a straight up D6.
Yes.
And
Okay.
we're essentially going to make a hand of poker into rollies. Let's go. Oh, fuck.
Okay, let me. Okay.
Steiner looks at the cards and he has this like wicked smile, and he puts 3 of kind. Aces.
And I mean, given how I rolled, I'm gonna say Edric sets their cards down, and it's a royal flush. Right. Your finger then.
Why this
I would like your trigger finger.
You agreed on a piece of information, little Cedric.
Okay,
That
if you're
was
going to be
your part of
boring,
the
that is
bargain.
your choice. I mean, if you're too scared, it's fine.
You think I am
I
some
won't fault you.
noob? You think I'm some noob who's going to give in to your little... You get the information and be glad.
Can I roll command? Please. Because I think effects and vindication, the whole little Cedric thing, not a fan of that one. So I would like to roll command, please. Try to...
What do you want to do with it, though? What do you want to do
specifically, intimidation.
Okay. I will say it's risky, but it will have great effect.
Okay, cool.
So go for it.
Risky, great effect. Please roll well. I did a 6 and a 3, so that's 6. Hot dice. Okay, yeah.
So that is a success, straight up success, correct?
Yes.
What do you say to your rival assassin?
I'm just gonna look at him, Your trigger finger. I can do it, or I can have C do it. It's up to you. But I don't want to kill you right now. That'd be boring. I can, if that's what you want. But your trigger finger, please. And the information, of course.
You get either one.
I don't think so. You see, because I have some of my crew here, and you won't leave alive. And I'd hate to cut our game short.
Fine.
He will he raises his left hand because he is ambidextrous. And
okay, I'm sure that's what he tells all the ladies.
And there is this person hates you, but he's challenged by you in a way that he can't really explain, and he is not happy with that. And there is just a finger flies plop, plop, plop on top of the pot. But there's not much more. You will get information, and I go heal this. I will send it to you. Usual way. Thus done. And he pushes away. And you see, behind him as he goes off, Rigny, he's kind of doing his usual thing of scrubbing a glass, and he just gives you a look of just like, really? Really?
I'll clean it up. Here, you can have a quarter of the money, you know, show good faith, maybe have a job for us.
Oh, I don't know why you keep doing this, lass. One day he's not gonna hold back.
Neither will I.
Well, what am I to say? I'm just a poor old Rigney. Well, I just pour the drinks.
Here's your bit. I mean, like, you know, slide over like a quarter of the money.
Oh, you're at a table. He's at the bar. So
okay, yeah. I'll put it aside.
He does snap a finger, and like one of the serving chaps does come, and it's gone. It's gone into his apron, like, you know, nothing. And he just gives you a nod. Do you want a drink?
No, just in case he wants revenge, I should keep senses sharp.
Oh, lad, no, that is why I do it. Criminals. And as he waves his hand away, and you look back at the still bleeding trigger finger, what's the first thing that comes to your face?
I think they look at the finger. I think there's a flicker of a smug smile because, you know, they won that exchange in them and Steiner's long game. But I think then, like, you know, like, knock it off the pot. Be like, see, dispose of this. Yeah.
And as your enthusiastic bird companion hops to your command, and as the camera starts panning away from you and upwards, Edric, you swear somewhere in the back of your mind, perhaps, you hear this just slightest and then we move away to the next member. Mr. John Smith, Moonshade, where do we find this most generic character?
All right. So you see, after a careful deliberation, I've come up with the one interesting thing about it is that John Smith or Larry Lurker is not involved in any of the normal ways of spending time. What he does is people watching. So he would be in the shadows, standing there, just watching people.
Interesting. That is a new one, and that's an interesting little take on it. I will say, describe to me, especially with the import and the potent stress of your last score with the Ace of Ravens. This is not going to be a normal observation or voyeur experience. This is something that has to get the blood pumping, the adrenaline spiking, and the serotonin flowing. Tell me where you are doing your people watching.
So,
and depending on how you pitch it, I might actually not let you clear all your stress. So, give it to me.
All right.
Also, just for like the audiences and the other players, I know Moonshade and I've played with him for almost a year, so I'm going to be just that much more harsh because I'm fond of him and I want him to see him grow.
I
So
see. I see.
let's play, Moonshade. Let's play. Give it to me.
Hmm. So there is an answer I want to give, but I cannot give because certain there are rules that I will not cross.
Okay.
But so right now,
Let me just preface this by saying that this is a judgment-free space, and that you are far too innocent to actually disturb most of the very seasoned ears and eyes and imaginations that are watching this. So, putting that into mind, be free. Let us know.
so I'll not go there. Instead, I'll go with the more. Right now, John Smith is watching people in their most excitable scenario ever. Right now, he is watching the most exciting game of chess the world has ever seen.
Okay. Okay. That is.
Yeah, the other option I was going to go with an elementary school, but I decided against it. Okay, so let's not go there.
Fair. But tell me what it is about this chess game that soothes your nerves. What is it that gets you?
It's just watching people, like two people, just absolutely, these are great chess players, right? That know the ins and outs of the game. So just watching them, seeing how their eyes move, just seeing how each move they make, each way they react after they make a move and after their opponent makes a move, and just watching these people be in the zone and just knock moves after moves after moves, realizing just a display of pure skill and pure thought, not a chance of luck in a game, not a a game where there's no luck involved as such. Since both the players are at such skill that luck is negligible, since both will always cover any and all such things. So just watching these two logger at each other, and just watching these two forces just constantly try to fight against one another, and just seeing this entire beautiful dance of skill versus skill, thought versus thought, intellect versus intellect go forward without any interruption, just in this complete silence, just that's happening. It just soothes his considering that his life was considered flipped because just by chance something happened. So just watching this a controlled environment where people are in control of their actions gives him this soothing feeling.
Now that was well pitched. You will not have any negative effects from that. A familiar figure from your left does elbow you in the stomach, though, as Rosalind just says, "John, you are staring."
Was that?
Yes, it's rude. If you so choose to, you can always hide behind this fan. I did gift it to you some time back, if you don't remember.
Oh, you did. I keep forgetting. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I just get too into it, look at
John. Sometimes you have to be a little more careful about these things.
That is true, Rosalind. You can never be too careful.
Especially with what you do. And she elbows you again in vicarious enjoyment of what John Smith does as Larry Lurker. Because
Ouch!
Rosalind would know. But yeah.
He will just go, like, ouch, that hurt. What if I'm incontinent? That would be a bad scenario for all of us. So watch when you elbow.
Oh, is that a simple dig in the stomach from a little weak old woman enough to make you inconvenienced, Mr. John Smith?
Fair. Alright. Just watch it. I don't know why my bones are breaking much more easily now.
Oh. You do have to be more careful, darling. There is what you do. It's not entirely kosher now, is it? All right, I shall let you get back to your watching. Don't let me interrupt.
Thank you.
Okay. As the camera pans away and you turn back to the two intellects and wills that are engaged in mortal combat of mind, the camera pans away to the another figure, Leon. Where do we find Leon, Hector? And what are they doing? What is he doing?
So, Leon is a handsome young man, and we find him across town at a brothel, going through kind of the front doors, and the camera kind of follows him as he's going into this building. He stops in the front, puts some money down on a counter, looks over, and says, Bobby and Jake are off tonight, and puts money on the counter. Goes over, and there's like a bunch of round tables, a bunch of people are kind of milling about, talking. He goes over to two other young men that are of the similar height, similar build, young swimmers build, working class, but maybe a little too clean for an actual working class labor person, but they're paying for the fantasy, right? And Leon motions them over, and it's at this point, as the three of them are heading up the stairs, you kind of understand Leon's alias, which is trade, short for rough trade, a particular flavor of sex worker that appeals to the sensibilities of down low and various closeted men in Duskulv. But in his off time, Leon loves to indulge himself as he opens the door, goes into a bedroom where his lover, a dangerously cut figure, Basso Baz, a gang leader that works as an enforcer for the Hive, is in the bed, lower torso covered by sheets, wearing nothing. And out of respect for our lines and veils, I will simply state that Leon goes in and his two co-workers / friends immediately start taking off their clothes as the door shuts, revealing his svelte, muscled, actor George McKay-esque backside and form, and the door shuts, and it's made very clear that Leon's vice is sex. His love of it, his overindulgence of it, makes his former line of work tolerable. Now it gets to be fun now that he's part of the Ace of Ravens. So in between heists, he likes to get naked and have a good time with his lover and his coworkers. A little too much.
The deep and cultured voice of gang leader, sure, for sure, but of the hive means a certain quality. And as smoldering eyes regard you, it's about time that you came.
I assure you, I'm not the only one that's going to be doing any kind of coming here.
Oh, trade. It's your sense of humor that I will always keep me coming back for you. That and that tush. Now, time for talking is done. Get your pretty little ass over here. Now.
Absolutely, Daddy.
And with that little window and vignette into Trade's life, the camera zooms out back again out of the red lighting of Silk Shore and going up and away to the last member of our motley crew. Milo, what is Delvin doing and where is he?
Delwyn is in the middle of what seems to be some sort of large open field in the middle of a park. No one's really there, the grass is kind of dead and yellowed, but he's in the middle of it. He's a small-looking man, kind of twitchy and fidgety with these massive goggles on his head, giving him very well the nickname of Moth Boy because of how massive his little goggles are, especially when they go over his massive eyes. He has a whole pile of books that he's struggling to carry, and he drops them down in front of him. And he looks at the clouds above, and he just sits down, and he waits, and he is waiting for someone to talk to him, some ghostly figure from the arcane world to pop up and talk to him, because his vice is absolutely drowning himself in reading and pointless experiments of which he knows someone will give him some pretty good information.
Interesting. In what kind of an area, what kind of park? Because let me just tell you now, there are very few open parks in a city like Duskwall. This city has been built on top of itself, layer on layer for 1,000 years. There's not too much that is open, except for in the very rich parts of the city.
Maybe let's say it's more of a cemetery, more of a less open, more quiet.
Less open, more quiet. Do you know what? Milo, give me a fortune roll. A straight up D6, please.
That is a 4.
I am going to count that as a mixed success. Not the best effect that you could have hoped for. But as you describe how Moth Boy is seated. How is he? How does he appear to the world, to all the eyes that are watching?
He sits down, his legs crisscrossed, sort of looking like a child, but very much stating and reassuring everybody he is not a child, he is an adult. He is in his 20s, actually. But he sits there, cross-legged, sort of fidgeting with his hair, picking at his fingers, waiting, just waiting.
So this is something that you, as a seasoned citizen, however seedy, of Duskwall that you are, that the dead are dealt with rather quickly by the spirit wardens, because no one likes a rogue ghost wandering around. But there are always residuals that creep about in the dank and the shadows. And sometimes there are corners of Duskwall where even the spirit wardens ignore. And it is perhaps in one of these spots that you found this little cemetery. It's not too many of them, actually. It's more of a mausoleum. And to be fair, most of the bodies, it is deigned that they be burnt and cremated, so that there is nothing more untoward that happens. But as you sit and attune yourself to the ghost wail of that little cemetery, of that little mausoleum, you reach out. Your eyes are closed and your other senses are open. You touch glancingly on the wail, the etheric strangeness that only you and other whispers are capable of even acknowledging. For ghosts are known to everybody, but not too many actually get to know a ghost. But that is what you do. And so it is very apt that you feel a slight graze of a spectral hand on your ankle. What is your reaction?
I try to grab at it.
No, no, let me go. Let me go.
Wait, you're the one who touched me first.
You're standing in the mausoleum. I just
You let go of me first, and I'll let go of you. You let go of me first, and I'll let go of you.
Okay. On 3.
Okay, 1, 2, and he does let go.
3.
Do you open your eyes?
Yeah? Is he still there?
Still there in front of you floats a ghost of an 8-year-old little boy. Just kind of...
There's not usually people that come to these places. And I don't know what you're doing here, but you should probably go. It's not that safe.
He rolls his eyes and he goes, "You're a child. Do you have any dead parents I can talk to?"
I don't know. I don't. never knew them.
Oh, God. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh, shit. I was just saying, do you have any adults in your life who maybe know a bit more than you? Because you're 8 years old, and I don't think you can tell me anything useful.
I mean, there's Mr. Thomas, but he's not a very nice man. Mr. Thomas?
You know what? Fine.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Mothboy just throws his hands up and he goes, Fine. No, I'll talk to an 8-year-old. Surely you know something about, life on the other side.
There's a lot of things there. It's not just the other adults and the other kids. There's things.
Like what? Go on.
They're demons. There are demons there. One of them is hunting me. I ran and I came and hid here, but he might come here as well, and I don't want anybody else to die. You're alive, and you could die, and Thorn and Rax could just come and get you. I don't think it's safe here.
Do you want to come with me?
Oh, Lord.
Can I? I mean, one of the others told me that the spirit wardens will come and get you. And can you help me, mister?
Well, my friends, let's just say we're above the spirit wardens. We're above all sorts of wardens. If you don't like wardens, come with me. And he reaches his hand out, even though a ghost can't exactly touch it, but he does it out of pure politeness.
Delvin Jenkins, what would you try and do with your repertoire to try and convince this little waif, this little ghost to accompany you?
I suppose I can command him. That might be a bit harsh, but I could try and talk. Like
you.
Come on.
Like I talk to him like harshly, like a parent.
It could certainly have an effect, I will say, but perhaps in this moment, it would not have as much effect as perhaps in a tune. I'm just suggesting.
Oh, and a tune! Oh, I will gladly do on a tune.
Yeah. All right. Please give me a tune roll. Controlled circumstances, standard effect. Holy fuck. That is a critical success.
It's
Two sixes, baby!
It's 2 6s, audience.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell.
The dice are telling a story.
Hot dice today.
Indeed, they are. As you hold out your hand in perhaps the first moment of actual kindness that this little chap has probably ever felt in this life or the previous one. Um, I, I don't. I'm. A spectral hand pauses, reaches out, and holds yours. I'm Milo.
Yeah?
And I can come with you.
Yeah? Yeah, come on. I
And
have a family you can join. Come on.
and you know what? Maybe I should change the name. That's too on point, isn't it? You know what? Since this is going to be your potentially first ghost friend, tell me a name for this little waif of an orphan that you've now collected.
Me, I'm
Milo.
naming it.
Name
That's
that
not a good
orphan.
idea. That's not a
Hey,
good idea to tell me name it.
It's a him. It's a
Name
him.
that
Just
dead
let you know.
It's a him.
It's him. Oh god,
Yeah.
God, I'm misgendering the
Yeah.
ghost. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, you called him an it. You know, so he's. I
He's
think the
technically
little guy deserves a little better. Little guy deserves a little
technically
better. It's
correct.
not a puppy. Not a puppy. Mhm. But yeah, what is the name? I'm gonna say Jensen.
Oh, that's
Jensen
sweet.
is the little kid's name. So now our whisper has their first bloody ghost that is now going to be with the party. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be definitely interesting. But yeah, in that situation, I also gave the players an opportunity to consider a long-term project. Usually in Blades in the Dark, depending on what you kind of want to do, it is a conversation between the player and the game master as to a certain period, clocks that are used in this game, which kind of count down. And I'm going to say that if any of you have an idea for a long-term project, it could be cultivation of a contact, it could be exploration of a secret path, or it could be crafting of a goddamn flamethrower. It's all up to you. But it is, I will say that this would be the last part of the clock. And if there's something that you have an idea for, tell me now and we can roll for it.
I have one for Edric already. I think Edric's
Shoot.
long-term project has been, obviously they want to kill Steiner, but that's too easy. It's child play, really. Like they professionally do that, and that's not quite enough, is it? So I think what Edric's long-term project is before they kill Steiner, they are systematically taking down all the people that Steiner has worked for or regularly works with, to get rid of their whatever. Because I'm sure Steiner's part of some sort of crew or assassination guild or whatever the group is. So Edric is going to take down that group so that Steiner is alone, and then he's going to swoop in and kill him. But he has to get rid of everyone else first.
Okay. I will say that with a conviction and purpose, to shaft Steiner yet again, I will say you've been doing this for a good while. And at this point, you would have come to maybe the last of his extended network of little toadies. What skill would you use for this?
I would say. No, I probably won't necessarily roll well, but that doesn't matter because I think that this would be a prowl roll.
Okay. Okay.
Alternatively, either prowl or hunt. I could argue it could be hunt. Because it's okay. No, I'm gonna say hunt because it's attack with precision, shooting from a distance. That is their usual MO. So I would argue that this is a hunt roll.
Perfect. I will say, especially since you said attacking from a distance, you would have prepared for this. So I'm going to say that this is going to be a standard position. No, sorry. Yeah, I think it's standard, right? Is the in between? It's controlled.
No, position is, but effect is standard.
Yeah, sorry. It's risky, controlled, and there's a third one, correct?
So the positions are risky, controlled, and desperate.
Okay, so a controlled position with a standard effect.
Okay.
And as
5, 4, 6.
That is a 5, 4, and 6. That is a mixed success. No, sorry. That is a success, straight up. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Small little brain fart. At a 6, describe for us how you want to do this, to borrow from another system.
So I think Edric is probably crouched on top of a building, and they always wear all black, so they're sort of shrouded within the shadows, and they sort of aim their rifle at the wherever this target is, and then they pull the trigger, and the camera moves with the bullet, as it flies through, goes through. Maybe let's see. Since I got a 6, the target is probably just in their home. There's an open window, so the bullet just goes through the window, and then gets the target right in the head. And then, Edric knows that it was a clean shot, so they're gonna then leave the area.
Let me also just make a little note.
And then, just for the audience, we as a crew have the Crow's Veil special ability, which means due to hard one experience or occult ritual, your activities are hidden from the notice of the Death Seeker Crows. You don't take extra heat when killing is involved on a score. So,
the music stopped on this.
Oh, it's back.
Okay. As you complete your long-term project, a sigh of satisfaction, perhaps, you meld back into the shadows. And that is the end of Steiner's support network. Do we have another long-term project to approach? Or shall we get to the thick of it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, new player.
Go ahead.
Go on ahead.
Alright, mine is very similar, where I also want to screw a person over because fuck him. So that would be Darmor, the blue coat. My man.
Ooh.
because
Okay.
he's the one who, by the way, he absolutely by luck was able to prove my involvement in the tracks fraud racket. So John is like Larry is extremely pissed about that. So it's like, fuck you. If you had like done it with your skill or anything, I would have been way mad. You by luck shot a dart in the dark and a blade in the dark, lol, and it landed on the target. So he's like, you know what, fuck you. I'll destroy your life. So what Larry would be up to is either like basically collecting dirt on Darmot, exaggerating those things to absolute ridiculous levels, and then like just systematically destroy his credibility as a blue coat, as a person, and as a human being, and just make his life absolutely miserable, so that he just Darmot questions his existence, and all while completely unaware of who is doing this, so that he's psychologically destroyed as well.
Interesting. I will say that you have come to the last part of this quest to fuck Darmot over. What would be the method that you want to do this with? Is there a piece of incriminating and irrevocably damning evidence that you could perhaps sneak into his domicile? Is there some what is it? What is the flavor of fuckery that you want to bring to Darmot's life?
So as a blue
Larry Lurker.
Yeah, so as a blue coat, I'm assuming he takes bribes.
Oh yes.
Yes, and as
It's somehow it's surprising. A dark and very hierarchical, classist society and city. A normal beat cop takes bribes. Wait, what the fuck? What?
insane.
Mind
Insane.
blown. But yeah, so yeah, what is it?
So it will eventually start with like small levels of screwing and minor inconveniences, of like sometimes maybe a payment short, sometimes a rumor of something really weird about him, like oh he runs naked in the night in the car park or some shit, like, and some just weird rumors at first, right? So like this is like, what the fuck is happening, right? So but it eventually escalates. First his bribes are exposed, then his bribes are exaggerated, where let's say he may have taken 100,000 coins till now in his life of bribes. It turns out he's been charged for over 100 times more of taking bribes. He is then eventually proved that he is in a trafficking, like human trafficking. He's also secretly plotting a rebellion against the government. He is also the worst of them all. He's a communist. And
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think the hyper-capitalist oligarchs of Duskwolf
Yeah.
want
Not a
any
fan.
of that. Like,
Not a fan.
no, we
Not
have
a
to
fan.
deal with ghosts. We don't need a communist revolution in this city. That's a problem.
Well, he's woke.
That is an interesting proposition, Miss Larry Lurker. Of your skill set, what is the skill that you want to bring into play that would be the last nail in the coffin, as it were? Yeah, Hector has something to share. It's going to be good. as a sociology
I
graduate.
was
Go
I
ahead.
I have a
Yeah, go ahead, please, please, please.
okay. First off, lawyer is the skill.
Collaborative storytelling at its best, folks.
So Larry Lurker is a lawyer. So you know exactly what loopholes in the law to exploit. My suggestion is probably either finesse or sway. Now, depending
I
on
was
what you
thinking the same. Finesse.
finesse or sway are what you want to go with.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, both are
this
same.
would have
So
been
that's
like a 7-8 section clock, right?
Mhm.
Like so that is I think that is what you would go with, but ultimately it is up to you. Adi will tell you what the position and effect is, and then you get to pick. That's one of the great things about Blades in the Dark. So feel free to ask. Yeah, pitch whichever of those two. I think those two are your best bet. You want to lean into Larry's lawyer skills to pull this off.
Yeah, that's the idea.
All
I'm
right.
thinking.
So which is it? Which is it going to be?
I think it's going to be more sway because again, he is more leaning towards spreading rumors and all of that. So he has to be more convincing. So I think I'll go sway. It is not. I muted myself. It is not his strongest suit, but it is a strong suit. So
Okay.
I
Let's
shall
go.
roll with absolute pettiness.
Just for that,
How do I roll?
just for that last statement, I'm going to say you would have prepared for this. You would have done your due diligence. You would have arranged all of the circumstances. So this is going to be a controlled position, and the effect is going to be pretty fucking high.
Oh my lord! All right, watch me roll a double nat one. How do I do?
So I believe you go to it's like on your sheet. You just go and hover over sway, and then I believe the role will ask for the position and effect, and you just put
Yes.
in controlled and great.
Great. All right. No bonus die, right? It says bonus die. What is bonus die?
I mean, if you
Do I put in
want
my action
to,
bonus die? Or is
do
that
you,
No,
supposed
you
to?
don't.
do
You just
no. This is an interesting little position that we have now come to ourselves, because Larry is driven by petty revenge. Now, how much you want to push yourself to make this happen by taking stress is something that you could do. And another thing that could happen is I will. There is a certain mechanic that has a lot of promise in Blades in the Dark, which is called Devil's Bargain,
oh
where
no.
Sounds nice.
as
Oh.
the motes
All
of
right. All right. Now
possibility
you're talking.
as
Now
the
you're talking.
motes of possibility swirl around you, there is a voice. I see you, human. Delicious. Do you really want to fuck this other one? This voice is not something you have ever heard before. You look around in the market, in the alley before you go out. There is nobody there. And some of the tenors of this voice, the tones, it's not human.
All right. He'll reply, "Who is this? Who are you? Why are you?"
That is not your concern, boy. You want to get something done, and I can make it happen. Tell me, will you enter a pact with me? A bargain? I scratch your back, and you scratch mine.
You drive a hard bargain.
Silly mortal, I haven't even told you what I want.
That is exactly the point I may come to know, sir. May I have the contract of our agreement?
If you want your enemy to fall, you will present me a gift. Your target, as despicable and as delightfully delicious as he is going to be, has offspring, a child. You will bring that child to me. Lead him into the canals and tell him that his father waits, and I will take care of the rest. Do we have a deal, John Smith?
A small price to pay for ruining my childhood life.
I completely forgot about a particular thing. As the voice would have started, this is the kind of vibe that would have accompanied it. I forgot that I have access to music again. So,
Let's go, music perms.
this would be what would accompany it. And you have said that offering Darmit's child and leading him into the closest canal and letting him go is a low price. And the only response is
delicious.
You can add another die to your roll.
Let's go. One child, one dice.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Okay, let's roll, baby. One die. Alright. Darmer, I curse you and your entire bloodline.
All right.
Submit.
Oh!
Roll that. Oh,
Big success.
That is going to be a mixed success.
Better than that one?
is it? That's
Better
two
than
sixes,
that
right?
one. No,
Oh, six.
that is that is a 1, a 5,
saw a wrong
and
one.
a 3. That is a 1, a 5, and
Yeah,
a 3. And so, as the game goes, the 5 is taken, and it is a mixed success. I will say that you do let this be known. But in your fervor to get this done, some of your disguise fell, and your face is noted by a couple of the people that you share this information with. And I will say, because of that, John Smith gets a bit of attention on him. And because of that, I will say that you take one heat that will go through your professional connection to the Ace of Ravens. So your group of shadows thus far has kept quiet and professional and subtle. But in your pursuit of revenge and your pact with a demon, satisfaction has consequences, Mr. Smith. And you have accomplished your purpose. Darmot is going to get fucked over, but now you have got a heat for your gang. And more than that, as you finish that and go back into the alley,
I will give you 1 week to get my part of the bargain, boy. Don't fail me.
Wait, I thought that already happened. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was as good as a die roll.
No. This is the demon's bargain, where the agreed upon pact was that Larry Lurker himself would go and find Darmit's son and lead him to the nearest canal and let him.
Yeah. No, that's what I and what John Moonshade thought the role was for, because the role is.
No. This role was for the sway. Was for the last. For the last placement of information.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So his long-term project is concluded, but
gotcha. Okay. This system is so fiddly.
But now he has a deal with the devil that he has to come through on. And that will happen at some point. It won't happen in this session, but
this is how John Smith becomes John Constantine. The journey begins.
The journey does indeed begin. This whole time, the storms and rains have been battering everything. But it is a new day, and all of you, in your own time, eventually make your way into consciousness. It is a brand new day in Duskwall. The moon has not risen just yet, and in the darkness, the dark is broken by a little bit of smoldering shells that kind of swirl in one part of the sky. But the sparklight lamps are lit, and you all begin to make your way back to the hidden and very secure lair of the Ace of Ravens. In the district of Silkshore. It is very fancy. Paper lanterns, quite a few. It's a melting pot of all of the different cultures that you find in Duskwall. People from all over. You have Dagger Isle folk. You have Eruvians. You even have a few Tychrosi, wandering around with their. This one in particular is a purple-skinned and tailed lady that has blinking goat eyes that kind of blows a kiss at the passerbys from this one glass window, and goes and giggles and walks back. But in the red light district of Duskwall, in the basement of one of the brothels, where you have a working understanding with, the lair of the Ace of Ravens abounds, and you all eventually find yourselves there and looking at your fellow rogues. It's been a while. And one second. There was a tune that I'd kind of wanted for this. Do you see all of you? You see each other. It's been a bit since the last. And I will say that you do have a butler figure that is part of your crew, who is kind of just waiting for all of you. And as all of you bring in, Gunther does come in. He is not your traditionally attired butler. He has suspenders, an apron, and he is chewing a bit of a toothpick, and it just goes, wait. Well, I did not miss seeing any of your faces, but you are now back here. Welcome, bosses. The lair is ready. If you want tea or you want your own little concoctions, let Gunther know. Gunther provides.
I love him. Yeah, Idrik lives at the lair, because that's where we got quarters. So yeah, I think he's always kind of just lurking there. I think he's probably just sitting at a table and drinking coffee. And he's since we now have one he's definitely heard about, what John Smith did. So he's given the heat, he's like, all right, so that's a mess I have to clean up. So he's probably brooding, but yeah, that's what Idrik is up to.
Leon says from the other side of the same table, taking a cigar out of his mouth, and just says, "Thank you, Daddy." And he is lounging back, wearing, some kind of semi-form-fitting work trousers, rough spun tunic that's barely fits anymore, sturdy work suspenders, and his battered, weathered tricorn hat. His outfit is almost like a parody of a sailor. If it wasn't for the fact that they're not costume pieces. They're all like actual like sturdy everyday wear, and he's got like a thick cigar from the Dagger Isles that gets imported, and he's just leaning back, lithe, swimmer's build, comfortable, with breakfast in front of him, some eggs, some bacon, and a big old mug of ale.
Breakfast.
Who else joins them at the breakfast table?
Yeah, I think Meg will walk in, having been out all night, kind of throw their overcoat at Gunther and go, the way you talk, we think we didn't actually pay you to do all the things that you do. It's like, you're not our mother, you're the help.
Yes, I'm not mother. I would not care to be. If that was the job, I'd ask for a lot more pay, boss.
I mean, we'd all like more pay. Talking of which, what's going on, gang? And he will sit down at the table and kind of wait for the skinny.
There's no need to be an asshole, Meg.
I mean, it's kind of my thing.
Well, normally I love assholes.
Okay.
I think Edric kind of just.
But today, you're a particularly vile one, and you need to get washed.
I was
As
about to say,
charming
boss.
as
I was
this
about to
is.
say, it does not smell good. Does not smell good.
As charming as this morning conversation is, guys, let's focus up.
Yeah, you're right. Cigar, and I
know.
Motto walks off.
I hand a cigar to Meg and proceed to there's this weird ritual that my character goes into where he pulls out a little cigar kit. He cuts the end of it. He pulls out a little Zippo and lights it for him in this sort of ritualized manner that's very common for when he's with clients. But he does it because Meg is his friend and it's habit.
Okay. As the ritual of the cigar is done, are there anybody else coming?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do I still have this ghost child?
Yeah, is this ghost child here?
Do I still have...
Will it get past the wards, and how?
If they're brought in and attuned to said wards.
Oh, okay.
God, I think Edric sees the ghost. Is okay, everyone is here to transport to see the ghost. And then
Is it Mothboy who's coming in next?
He comes in, kind of chasing after the ghost, like a parent with a lost toddler.
Is this a lair?
Yes. This is home. This is a home. This is a family home where we don't smoke in front of the children. And he
Delwyn
daggers.
Why did you bring a child in?
Cool. So, and as you kind of turn around, this is not a child. It is because most children are not spectral one-shaded entities that float about 3 feet in the air.
I have zero attune, zero, none.
Yeah.
So what I'm seeing is the obvious. A child is in here. I live in Duskull, okay? People are weird. Things are strange. And it's going to take a minute for it to sink in. Everyone else, please feel free to point out that this is obviously a spectral child. But my character is not all there. Like, if that makes any sense.
I think
He wants to smoke, pretty much, and that's
Mhm.
why we're trying to bring a kid in here.
Idric's gonna be like, Delwyn,
Yeah?
some questions for you. Why is there a ghost child in our lair? Why did you bring a ghost here?
Well, I didn't bring him here. He had such a charm and a wit to him. You know, I just couldn't.
When?
How old are you?
I am 8 years old.
I'm looking them dead in the eye, and I'm going to activate one of my abilities, looking into a mirror. You can always tell when someone's lying to you.
I am 8 years old, sir. And Mr. Mothboy here told me that he's going to protect me and that I could be of aid. And do I stop talking now, Mr. Mothboy?
Yes.
Yeah. Do I feel like they're lying to me?
Not in the slightest. This is
Ooh.
an enthusiastically endearing ghost child that is now part
You
of
see
the
my
Ace of
character
David.
pull out the cutter and cut right above the ashes because he's civilized. He doesn't actually like put it out like that. He's just like,
Oh, that's okay. That's okay, sir. Mr. Thomas smoked a lot more, though not as fancy. And
no,
he had.
you're an
It's
actual
okay.
child, and like tosses in the waste bin. You just dress like you have class. Here you go.
I mean,
And he drops
damages no
the
lungs.
he drops the ashtray like in front of Meg. Like, I'm just saying.
I tell you what, when ghosts grow lungs, I'll put the cigar out.
Okay, Delwyn. Delwyn.
Yeah?
You can't bring ghosts into... God, okay.
Oh, you can't bring ghosts in. Oh, but you're... Look, he kind of like stutters over his words a bit. We've brought in worse things in here.
Ghosts can get in and out of all kinds of places without being seen.
Children are unpredictable. Okay.
You're not going to use him.
Loyal.
We're not using him.
Oh, sorry.
What?
We're not using him for you.
Why bring him here then?
Why not? He's already dead. It's not child endangerment.
We're not babysitting a ghost.
We can.
We're not.
He's got good information. We're not going to use him. We're just going to ask him some things, but we're not going to put him in any sort of danger because I like him, okay?
You can't.
Okay.
He's not a dog, Delwyn.
The person.
So as of all your arguing, Cogsworth comes in with lots of notes and papers in his hands, and he comes in and he looks at the ghostly apparition. Like, Delvin, nice to see you have brought a lot of friends from other beyond the grave. And he kind of sits down, not even noticing the child as of something odd. He kind of goes back to his work.
Thank you. Finally, someone who respects children around here.
Wait, I just put out my cigar.
Okay. Now, I don't need more of you to act like children, okay? Does anyone have any useful information? Delwyn, not you.
I'm just saying,
Or the kid.
I mean, right now I'm happy to hear what the kid's saying, because you lot are making no sense.
Alright. Speaking of no sense, you see Larry walks in. And,
Oh.
he just...
You. And, like, starts lighting the cigar again, just not caring about the ghost anymore. Like, trade has moved on.
Someone's been a busy boy.
Yeah, what did you do?
You want the short version or the long version?
Or Larry, you're always careful. You're like the one everybody forgets about. How are you turning heads?
What can I say? Sometimes I surprise myself.
What did you do?
Well, I started some rumors about this one guy I didn't like, and then I convicted him to a life of misery.
You put our reputation and stability at risk to spread rumors about someone you didn't like.
Someone Larry didn't like.
Yes. Why did gossip have that much of an effect? What did you do?
What did? I mean, I started some. Well, I started a rumor he was a communist.
Okay, that's not. Gossip is fine, you know?
Wait,
We run on gossip, but.
you spread that somebody was a political dissident in Duskwolf?
Duskwall.
Duskwall?
Yes.
That's fucking dangerous.
And
Is there more to the story?
More to the point, I believe, Larry, at that point, you would remember in your enthusiasm to make this last ribbon of untruth unravel, you did not do your due diligence of applying disguise to yourself. You went out as John Smith, as with some connections to the underworld. You were not a random face or a random stranger.
You know what?
Consumed in petty revenge. You did not do due diligence.
You know what? Everybody has someone that they want to get one over on. So it looks like we're just going to have to deal with it regardless what our next job is. Which is what exactly?
Minor point. Well, you see on Larry is holding a coffee mug, and on it says "I am ecstatic." And when Edric starts, grilling him about that stuff, he flips the mug over and says, "But I'm also sorry for all the inconvenience." So Larry also has a penchant to have a perfect mug for the perfect situation.
Adric is just head in the hands, like, I don't get paid enough for this.
You know what? For just for that, I will say, Moonshade, you have an extra dice for the next roll. This is we have to put the DM inspiration system somehow, because I have to make you dance on my palm to impress me and get these little extra dice. So, this is the way gentle players. But yeah.
What are we? So what's the info? What are we getting? I'm curious. I'm ready for some.
Oh yeah, the information from Steiner, and also if Rigney has a job for us.
It is at that point that your so in a typical Blades in the Dark session, you, after a downtime, you move into free time, where essentially you would go about your lives, living them, but also keeping an eye and ear out, perhaps using your own network of contacts or doing your own little investigations to see what are the possible little threads of scores that you could find.
Okay, I think.
But in this instance, given that, oh, sorry, do you please continue?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I would say, because in this instance, given that we have to be a little more sacrosanct with our time and a little more targeted, your excellent little deal with your rival Steiner is what we're going to use to springboard into the situation at hand. And that is started off by an extremely a girlish and high-pitched scream from the extremely burly and hairy form of Gunther, who just goes, "Ah! Boy, what is Ghost doing here? You told me this place is protected from these things."
It is. Delwyn let it in. Delwyn let it in. I'll take care of it.
Don't call him a ghost. He has a name.
Delwyn, not important right now.
Okay. Oh, boy.
What's your name,
I've
dead fella?
lost a year. I've lost a year of my life. Master Matboy, why you do this to old Gunther? This is not healthy.
We can all learn something from being a parent. I'm sure that this will be a great bonding moment for all of us.
Bonding moment, yes, that is clear lack of that. Okay. There is now one ghost that now I have to worry about moving through. Okay.
It'll be fine.
Master Meg, I have breakfast for you here, your keepers, and a soggy bread of your choice. And one of our boys was contacted by a mutual friend, looking towards you, crew. And it is passed on this little very nice message canister here. It was asked to pass this on through to you. And this is part of the, as you have had some dealings with your rival and it is general practice of messages that come to you that are not official messages through the ciphers, come to you through your network of agents that work for you, and so that the location of the lair remains hidden and secure and safe. This message canister has been passed through safely and securely, and now is being handed to you by a still kind of nervous-looking, green at the gills Gunther, who is trying his best to stay away from Delwyn and Jensen.
Idric's gonna take the canister. Like, it's fine. There. Then it's gonna open it to get the message.
It is a chicken scratch because this is not. He's not known for his penmanship, Steiner, but in essence, he lets you know of something that makes your eyes widen. There has been, for centuries, the largest and most quickest ways of travel were ships, large armored vessels that would ply the void sea and traverse the spaces between the shattered isles to carry people and trade and goods between. That was then further changed about 100 years or so ago, when the Sparkrites created the lightning walls powered by electroplasm, and through expeditions by the military and by Sparkrite engineers, long rail lines were constructed in certain areas of the different islands. Rail lines protected by lightning walls. These were then now the fastest form of transit. But the Sparkrites have stumbled across something new. Balloons have long been known. Hot air balloons, sure, they're there, but now whispers abound of the Sparkrites having forged a new form of transport that is potentially going to be game-changing. A blimp, a form of aerial travel that is going to, I am not even sure as to how this is going to affect the world at large, but a form of conveyance above the streets, not in the canals, going through the dark clouds above. That is something new, and that is going to change the world, and most certainly the underworld. The Sparkrites are in the process of creating the first prototype dirigible blimp in their compound, in their large compound in Coldridge, in the depths of their warehouses and workshops. The first airship of this world is being made, and there is a lot of interest. A lot of interest. And it is at that point that we shall take our break. 10 minutes, I'll say. 10 minutes, does that sound good for everybody?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Get your hydration, get your snacks, get your
Hydration, snack.
ablutions done. Because when we get back to the session, we shall get into a very interesting part of it, which is acquiring information. And on that note, bye.
All right. See you guys soon.
See you
Damn, are we
guys
leaving?
in 10 minutes.
Steve, can we take a break?
Yeah, I believe so.
Producer.
Steve?
Stevie boy.
Imagine he just says no. You have
No. No, period.
Yeah.
Only
Damn it.
content.
No,
Yes,
he
get your address back to the-
warned us. He warned us that he could actually pass out. Oh God.
He did. He did warn us.
He
did.
did say so. 3
Oh,
minutes
shit.
prior, he said, "Let me
Yeah,
know
I think
when
the
you
director
want to
said,
take
right?
it."
The
Yeah.
director is stream only. Yeah, I think he asked that.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's
I
3 minutes
mean,
has passed.
I
So
can just keep
Maybe
doing
that's
this
his back.
for a while,
You can
I
just
guess.
keep
Like,
doing this for a while.
I
Um,
mean, we can keep the stream entertained by giving little anecdotes, supposedly.
You guys know those.
Steve!
hey, Steve,
hey,
can
we're
we
taking
go
on a
for a
break.
break, please? No worries. No worries. It's all. Welcome back, gentle people of the internet. The Ace of Ravens has been introduced to a score that could change a lot of things. And now that they have the scent of it in the world, it is now their task to go out and seek information as to how and why. Blades in the Dark is not about planning the entire heist. It is about acquiring information so that you can approach it better. And once you have accrued all of the information that you can find, depending on how you want to go about it, uh, we will go into a very interesting bit, which we will get to when we get to the actual score. But for the collection of information, gathering information, as it is in the book itself, what is generally done is how do you think your characters would go about after having gotten this little very interesting tidbit? How would they have gone out to make themselves more aware of the situation? Let's go in order. Let's start off. This time we'll go again, swap it around. Leon, how Hector? How would Leon go about getting this?
Okay, so dirigibles need A, people to build them, and B, people to pilot them. Probably former military, probably sailors. So my character immediately just starts hopping from bed to bed, targeting particularly the kinds of people that would be about this project, also the kind of wealthy men that would invest in this kind of project, and putting my ear to the ground, listening at card tables while I'm sitting on someone's lap, listening, looking at investments. Maybe someone's dumb enough to let me stay in their hotel room while they're working, and I am trying to gather as much information as possible through that means as I can to bring back to the group going into the score.
So, but what specifically are you looking to find out through this?
I'm looking to find out
if you could pin a few specific questions.
I want to find out guard rotation. I want to find out who's investing in this project amongst the oligarchs in the city. And I want to find out if this is being funded is the military involved?
Okay.
Are veterans being recruited at all? Because that might be a dead end. I want to verify, some of the assumptions that my character is making.
Okay. So what skill would you be using for this?
I would like to use either... I'd like to use Sway. Because my character is lying, manipulating, and seducing. I am okay. Yeah, we'll just go ahead.
Sounds right up Trade's alley.
Okay.
I will say your position in this regard, especially given how you're approaching it, is controlled. And given who you are targeting, the effect is going to be great.
It's going to be great. Okay. So I am going to. I can take a stress for an extra die, right, to push myself.
You can push yourself.
Okay.
Take a stress point.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and push myself for an extra die.
Also, if sorry, just to kind of interject, in these kind of situations, if you are going with another one of your colleagues, they could aid in this regard, because it's not necessary that the character themselves can only push. Their allies can also push themselves by contributing and adding another dice to the pool.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would definitely be open to getting aid from anyone else that wanted to offer it. I don't mind, but I have a very particular skill set. So,
yeah.
If anyone wants to eavesdrop or look behind people's like card hands, get information where people aren't looking while I'm distracting a client, I'm totally down to accept that. So you said
I'm
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Milo started first, so go.
I'm down to go with him because I've got a fair amount of points in study. I'll kind of like keep an eye on people's faces, how they're reacting to certain things, kind of look over their shoulders, like cards, that sort of thing.
And you do have a very enthusiastic Jensen who is eager to prove themselves. So most definitely, you can definitely take a stress, and Hector, add in another dice to the pool and go ahead.
What's the effect? Limited.
Effect would be great.
Okay, got it. Great.
Given how you're going about it and who you're targeting.
Okay, 2 bonus dice total, right? Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
That
is
that's a mixed success.
Oh,
that
shit.
Mixed success. All good.
Success.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is let me just look this up again, because you don't get exceptional details, but you do get good details. So you can, now when I give you this information, you can clarify, and 1 or 2 follow-up questions are possible, right? You would get to know that there is a very strong guard rotation at the Coleridge Sparklight Works. There is barely about 20 seconds, between shifts of guards, or of the rotation of the shifts. There is there are some arcane wards as well, and not just arcane wards, because electroplasm and electricity does bad things to spectral entities. So as the hub of electroplasm in Duskwall, it's fairly secure against that sort of thing. You do not find out who in particular is behind this. But one thing you do find out is that the Ministry of Preservation and the City Council have large investment, or rather, not, yeah, large investments in this. And through a passing conversation with Rigny, the Hive, as a merchants guild, is also particularly interested in this new addition.
Okay.
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 All right. Next up, Delvin. Or would you have been part and parcel of Leon's attempt, or do you have something that you'd like to do yourself?
I have something I'd like to do myself, I think.
Okay.
I would like to. I kind of want to find out the reason why they're doing this all of a sudden, why they're all of a sudden putting so much effort into building a new, better transport. So I think I'm gonna try and hunt down and study some, like, historical documents, if there's any, on, like, what sort of things they've been using in the past, what could have prompted them to move to these airships.
Okay. Interesting. So, what skill set would you like to employ in this?
Can I use study again, please?
For sure. There are enough, libraries that are, at least in the better parts of the city, like Charter Hall and Brightstone, but easy enough to acquire access to. Sure, this would be a controlled position and the effect, it would be a limited effect.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna roll that then, and okay, that's the 6.
God damn! Milo. I'm probably going to stop asking you to roll shit. Like, fuck. With a 6, your initial forays into the libraries of Charter Hall, it is very easy to understand that flight through the air, while it is, there are some reports and tales of demons that take to the sky. Demonology and incursions are much, much more rare in the skies. Demons come from spirit wells, and those are usually on the ground because spirit wells are concentrated around areas where people live and die. That doesn't happen too much in the sky. So, and even furthermore, while the life, the animals and fauna of the Shattered Isles have been changed to a certain degree by exposure to the Deadlands. The dead do not fly. And you do not need to worry about a tsunami of dead bodies taking away your important trade goods. And also, given the fact that there is absolutely very less friction coefficient compared to the ground, travel by airship would be much faster.
Yeah, awesome. I don't really have any follow-up questions. That's pretty much answered everything. Have they maybe had any troubles in the past with sort of travel on ground that have been documented? Any sort of
Well,
troubles that
travel
we
travel on ground.
maybe?
Travel on ground. I mean, it's fairly common knowledge at this point because, like, your group as shadows would have encountered and had some interaction with shadows, with smugglers, and smugglers are part and parcel of the lifeblood of cloistered societies like that which exist in Duskwall. But the Deadlands are during the day, the dead are slightly more sluggish and not as fast. It's there are chances that can be taken into the Deadlands at times, not after dusk, however. That is making it a little dicey. But as long as you are protected by the lightning walls or an approximation or something adjacent, you are fine for the most part on the ground. Without that, bad idea, bad juju.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Edric.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Nope. I couldn't hear anything. Refresh.
Hey, here we go.
Something.
Very faint.
There we go. There it is.
There we go.
Okay. I think what Edric does is they would go to Breaking, see if they can find any sort of inventor that would have been involved with this, so that they can then hunt them down and see what they're up to.
Interesting. Okay. Skill set that you want to bring to the table. Sorry?
As a hunt, assuming that Rigney gives them information.
Hunt.
Adventure or something.
Hunt. Okay. To gather information about its location and movements. Okay. You can certainly do that. I will say the position is standard, and the effect would also be standard.
Okay. Cool. Okay, mixed success.
Mixed success. You through your venturing out into the wilds of Duskwall, asking questions, putting a few leads out, you do understand that I'm also sorry, I forgot to say that the mixed success. Since this is transparency is very encouraged on a Blades in the Dark table, Hector, you also rolled for a mixed success. Do you want to know the consequences of the mixed part of it?
Yes. That would be interesting. Yeah.
In your pursuit, one too many questions were asked, and a few people are perhaps slightly more wary than they could have been.
Mm.
Right?
Guys are telling a story.
Yeah. And Edric, you also you do find, given that it's a 5, a little more, you do find out that the person who has birthed the concept of an airship into Duskwall and the Shattered Isles is a Acarosian gentleman by the name of Mitchell Bellick. He is a rather senior Sparkrite artificer and rather well respected, in fact. He has, and you also find out one additional little thing. The prototype, as such, is almost completed. And you have heard a small rumor. It was a very hush kind of conversation between drunk Sparkrites, where essentially you overheard a small bit of a conversation where essentially, and she's grand, she is. The Dawn Trader is beautiful. And before they were silenced again. But you did get the name Dawn Treader.
Okay.
But in your hunt for this, I will say that you were going away from a particular alley after having talked to a particular contact. You swore that in the corner of your eye, somebody was listening. And they immediately, as soon as you kind of looked in that direction, disappeared. But as you kind of walked over, you couldn't find any trace of the person. But a particular scent of a clove cigarette lets you know that it's a particular person that you've recently taken a trigger finger off, who kind of knows that something is afoot.
I mean, honestly, I'm not particularly worried about that since we got the information from Steiner. So, okay.
Okay.
Messy. We are messy.
A little bit, yeah.
Mr. Moonshade, what would John Smith be doing?
Well, so Larry, as he is known, Larry Lurker, his alias, he will do what he does, lurk. So what he will do is that just stick in the okay, wait. I had an elaborate plan, and I'm the. Calm down.
Take your time.
Okay, so they are Larry is good friends with Rosalind, who's a noble. So using that to his advantage, and also the fact that he was a lawyer, so he's much more in tune and aware of all the legal establishments and all the government buildings and all of that. and like maybe familiar with a few of them as well, and where keeps like which has which has like info or not. So what he would do is take a two prong approach. Is first like talk to Rosalind to see if they have any awareness of this, and if they can maybe point them to certain like nobles, other members who might be interested in such a thing. And the other is that they will systematically like stake out all the like buildings, and take note of who and how many people are going in and out of certain buildings, and see like if any of them like kind of and then afterwards basically see okay which ones are the easiest to break into, you know like later, to get some basically tier them, be like okay these are the easiest to target, then these are the hardest to target, and then like with the trial and method, like trial and error method, god damn it, he will just go through all of them, and like till he finds any of if any of them have like till he finds any where he finds satisfactory information regarding the like any of this like airship.
Okay.
Right.
I get what you're saying. Um, going up to sorry, give me a second. The music had stopped. I just lost my mojo for a second, but got it back, baby. Asking Rosalind. She is quite Rosalind Kellis is shady. She has contacts. She is noble, but the news of an airship is as surprising to her as it was to you. In fact, she has no clue of that this entity is being brought into tangible form, and she unfortunately, I have no idea. This is most fascinating, I must say. You will, of course, let me know what happens, won't you, John?
Hey, Miss Rosalind, you know I like to keep informed, and besides, I feel I'm confident you'll probably know about it sooner than I do.
You are a dear man. Now go out there and do what you do best.
Thank you.
You sneaky devil. And she will pat you on the cheek and get back into her fancy carriage, driven by large goats that are taller than you. And it'll go off. Yeah, the carriages of Duskwall are not driven by horses. They're massive goats. In fact,
That's what he's the goat.
horses. Yep, horses are quite rare in Duskwall. Very few are able to support the upkeep. But further than that, as you go and prowl around the Coleridge Sparkrite Works, I'm assuming you're going to use prowl for that.
Oh yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I should not have said that. I got that, and I just like, cool. Give me a prowl roll. Risky position. Great effect.
Oh.
This I'm going to tell you straight up is going to be. This I'm going to tell you straight up. It's going to be rather high stakes.
All right. Let it be. And okay, so you said risky and great.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You know what? Since he feels a little guilty about compromising his party, he will push himself.
Okay.
So let's go.
Mark off his
So that's an
stress,
extra die.
and
And so my character in the name of teamwork, it's one shot. Let's go wild. I think my character is going to accompany him on the stakeout.
Okay.
If I have 3 in prowl, I'm pretty good at this. So my character is going to shadow the opposite side and be a second set of eyes for him to back him up. I'm going to spend a stress and give him an additional die.
Perfect. So 2 additional die to your prowl roll. Go ahead, sir.
Let's fucking go. Alright. 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 Come on, baby.
A success.
We got a 6.
Success. There is a 6 in there.
Yes.
That is a success.
Nice.
What in particular, remind me, that were you trying to observe?
Well, so the idea was prowling around and like finding which basically staking out which establishment was the easiest to break into, and then like systematically breaking into them, and like going from the easiest to the hardest, and then like trying to see if any of those establishments have any documents or anything that gives information. That was the idea. I don't know if that went through, or if
I will say in this instance, you do poke around the compound of the Sparkrite Ironworks, and you very quickly ascertain that this is a very tightly drawn up, extremely secure installation. Even the boundary walls themselves are not just chain links. They are bricked up with extreme amount of security, like
what?
barbed wire. And the barbed wire is also electrified. And you can, with a 6, you very quickly know that it's not just an electric kind of current that is passing through the walls. You would have a sense, especially after breaking into one or two of the little outhouses, that there is some measure of arcane protection that keeps this installation secure. But there is one, and in observing a lot of the people, you do. There are quite a few people who seem to congregate in one particular warehouse that is. It's not to the center of the compound itself. It's a little towards the east of the compound itself. There seems to be generally a little more hullabaloo that seems to exist around this particular building. And with a 6, you not only identify a particular person by the name of Professor Una Faros, an instructor at Charterhall University, who is a rather senior official at the Sparkrite compound. You break into her office at Charterhall, and you acquire a very important set of documents that will, in fact, let you infiltrate. But it is going to be only a party of 4.
Sag.
Uh, I can't make it too easy for you guys.
Right.
But yes, so you have a set of entry permits for 4 technicians that are being called in from Ruvia. Yeah?
Okay.
Alright.
I think we shall call it there. Jason, slay them. Mike, what would Meg have in mind?
So, security guys are generally ex-military, right? I mean, that's generally how it works. So Jason's gonna leverage his contacts, use all that he can to find out as much dirt on a couple of these individuals as he can, with the aim of getting them to either do his bidding should they need like a power outage or something like that down the line, or maybe replace them on the day if needed. So yeah, he's going to basically extort and blackmail some former military people.
And what in your repertoire of skills would you bring to the table for this?
I mean, obviously, you've got to find the information out first. So I would imagine he would do a little bit of breaking and entering, maybe, finesse a set of keys or 2 to, to get into their homes, find out their dirty little secrets.
Okay.
Yeah. We are bad people.
We're bad. We are criminals.
This is so good.
Welcome to the life of crime. Welcome to the life of crime, baby. Interesting.
Break into this person's house and steal their secrets. I love it.
I mean, that's so tame compared to some of the things that have already occurred at the table. 1 second, Moonshade. Give him. Finesse would definitely do some of it, but you said that you wanted to kind of arrange for personnel changes and to cause power outages.
Yeah, or something of that ilk. So I'm quite happy to, once I've found that information, intimidate the hell out of these guys if I need to.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to say that with your presence and I'm guessing that Meg, though a very primal alias, is exquisitely dressed in as you are in your Peaky Blinder getup. This is a man of class. This is a man of intent, and this is a man of power that's cutting through the crowd. Sorry, continue.
Meg was in close protection. Meg actually isn't really a name so much as an acronym. It stands for Military Elite Guardian.
There we go. I will say just for that, like you get an extra die for that. That is fantastic. And I will say that you don't even need to finesse it, because you managed to get that done, and you find people that you could intimidate to do so. So I will say, since you are going to do that, you are going to use command.
Yeah.
Then please give me a command roll with an extra dice from a DM inspiration. And this could be decently high stakes, actually, because this could become quite clutch.
So the position
Though-
Hate
is...
this man.
Though I'm do you, I will no, sorry, I'm that's me being a little too much. It's just that, like, this also sounds like it could be an amazing potential to be an awesome flashback scene, because as we are getting to the end of getting close to the end of the gathering information part of it, once we have information, what the GM then does is, taking into account all of the factors that surround the score, I will roll an engagement roll, which will allow and set the position and risk that your crew takes. And then what I will do is I will ask you for an approach that you're going to take. And then, what do you know it? We cut straight to the fucking action in media res of what is going to go down. And we will just start off with the score. And then so we don't do any further planning after information is acquired. It's find out as it happens, play as it goes. And there is a beautiful mechanic that is the flashbacks, where you take I believe it is 2 stress per flashback.
You take 2 stress per flashback, yeah.
2 stress per flashback.
You might want to save that for a flashback. But
right?
do finding out information though about who's bribable.
I'll say, like, just because of that hat, I'm just gonna, like, give it to you. You know the people that you have to take into account, and since we are also getting closer to 2:00 as such, so we shall. Is that fine, Mike?
Yeah. So I'll forego this one, but take extra stress on the flashback roll. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, just because it sounds like this could be this would make an amazing flashback. But yeah.
Yeah. So essentially, it's all going to ride on my role in the moment
Yeah.
as to whether we pulled this off. Brilliant.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
All right.
That's why we're a team.
It's proper action movie, isn't it? Kind of jumps forward, and then you're in the moment, and then you get to see what happened. Love it.
It's so Ocean's 11.
Who else did information? Yeah. Who else needs to do information? Sorry, I'm just checking in. Spectre, and that's it?
Yeah.
All right, Spectre.
Is there anything that you would like to do in terms of gathering information?
So since most of my crew has been going around, prowling around, finding out the secrets of these airships, Cogsworth, since he's a leech, he's kind of more interested in how the airships actually work, the mechanism of it, how it is possible to achieve this kind of improbable mechanisms that allows us to fly. So he'll try to go around and in the 8 circles and try to gain the knowledge from the engineers involved in it, get the blueprints as per se, or steal it as per se, borrow it, as you kind of try to term it, and try to study those things and what makes them tinker and what makes them work, so that eventually we'll get to know something about the airships.
That is going to be straight. That's going to be extremely difficult to do. Extremely difficult to do.
That's the heist.
Yep.
Yeah, that's essentially the heist. So it's going to be a little difficult.
This is about gathering information to do the thing you just said that you wanted to do.
Cool. In that case, Cogsworth will try to, since he's kind of kind of ex-playwright, and he has kind of a bit of fan base around. He'll go towards some of his older kind of fan base who used to love his kind of eccentric works of art and kind of play, and he'll try to kind of squeeze them around and I've heard of this kind of airships going around, but he doesn't get to know a bit furthermore than what the crew has so far gathered.
So essentially, you're going to go to citizenry.
Yeah, it's kind of prodding the kind of public on some of the knowledge that they have known, or they might know.
I will say it's a controlled position, but rather low effect.
All right.
But what skill are you bringing to the table for this?
Survey. I have 1 point in it.
Survey.
Going around and putting stuff out.
Okay. Yeah. Same position, same effect.
Okay. So it's a control position, right?
Controls.
Controlled position, low effect.
Limited. Okay. Limited one. Oh, right. Can I stress myself a bit further for this role because I only have 1 pip?
Sure.
All right. I'll do that. It's a 6.
I mean, how badly do you want this?
No, it's too late. He already rolled the 6.
I already rolled
a 6. Yeah. He got a 5 and a 6. Let him win.
I could have gotten in one more devil's bargain.
Yeah, I was thinking of that. That's fine.
Okay, a 6. It is a straight up success. The problem is the target of your question was extremely normal, people, not even very shady crowd. There is not too many people that would know, but after having dropped, you would have gotten some information from the others as well. There would have been some communication, as this was happening. The name Mitchell Bellick, when you drop, his wife, Madeline, is a rather large fan of your work. And in fact, once she finds out that Cogsworth Fairweather is looking out for something, and she's just like, oh my, I must say, I'm terribly delighted to have finally made your acquaintance. I'm a big fan. I would very much appreciate it, Mr. Fairweather, if you could sign a copy of my first edition print of your lovely work.
Why, Shimasin, I would love to do that. You know how I love my fans. And especially you.
Shit. Mr. Steele, you okay?
So I will allow 2 questions of Mitchell Bellick that you want, but let's make it quick.
I'm sorry, I didn't get you. Can you come again, please?
Actually, let's make it. You have 1 question because I did say that it was a low effect.
Right.
I will allow you 1 question about Mitchell Bellick from his wife Madeline that you will now know.
Okay. Let me think through a bit. So, what do you think will be the best question to ask right now? Because we already have a lot of information from him. Because he was one of the artificial who was kind of planning for this.
He's
Made this,
the artificer.
yeah, the artificer who was concepting this.
That's what it's an open-ended thing. Like, do you tell me? Do you know the situation? You are a leech. Is there something that would occur to you to ask about Mitchell Bellick?
So, Kossuth will be a bit not direct about it and try to gain the favor he has with Madeline, and he'll try to ask her like, how did Michelle get this fantastic idea about this air travel? Like, where did he get it from? Was it some brilliant kind of gathering of brilliant minds, or is it something else? Some decrypted old tomb where he got this knowledge from? Where did this brilliant idea? I'm really
Oh,
fascinated.
Mr. Cogsworth, I must say, it is as much as Mitchell very much claims that it is his own idea, or I have heard him mumbling to himself in his study, and apparently almost as if I know he does partake in the absinthe from time to time, but he did seem to be having a conversation with himself. So I don't know. Sometimes maybe smart people have ways of talking about it to themselves to perhaps do a mental foil. I'm sure a person, an artist of your caliber would do something similar, perhaps.
Of course. I quite understand that part. Actually, well, I understand how Michelle could have got at it. You know how brilliant minds think alike and all that. Yeah, I think he goes on and he kind of gives this kind of information to the team, which rather seems odd when he's conversing with himself. So something's up to you. So yeah, after a nice tea party,
Okay.
he comes back.
Yeah.
All right. You all convene, and all of this information is shared and processed. You have a lot of interesting things to kind of bring into play at this point. And is there anything else you'd like to do before we go into the score itself?
No. Run us into that score.
Okay.
Go for it.
Are we trying to
I've-
steal the plans or the airship? That's what I want to make clear.
Mhm.
We'll find out.
Okay. Now it is at this point that I will describe how we go into the engagement role itself. For each thing that you learn, for each major advantage that you have now acquired, I will add a roll. And you get one roll just for the sheer luck of it. And I will take away a dice for each major disadvantage as well. So I will say that at this point that you have all gotten fairly important bits of information. So let's first add in I'm going to have to use the advanced dice roller for this one. Ignore that. So first of all, it's the fortune luck roll. And then for each advantage, which I would say in this occasion is 5 additional dice.
Okay.
So that is 6d6 that we have right now. And as far as the disadvantages go, I will say I'm going to take away 2
So it's a
dice
4.
from that.
All right.
So 4d6 is what we're going to roll
Okay.
for the engagement of
Sounds fair.
it. Ooh,
Ooh.
So that's
that
not great.
that will mean that you are in a risky position when the action starts.
Okay.
Sounds
Right?
nice.
Right? A
Yeah.
risky position. But what is the life of a rogue without some risk?
Of course, of course.
Yes.
Right? So now we shall do a little thing wherein first I shall change the music. And what am I feeling now?
This is the point where we get loadout.
Yes, this is indeed the point where you take your plan, your loadout,
Mhm.
and no, this is too tame. I don't want tame. There we go. There we go. Okay. So not only do you do your loadout, I will ask you what is the plan that the Ace of Ravens has in mind to infiltrate the Sparkrite Ironworks and either steal the Dawn Treader itself or get the plans or a copy of the plans. Because, I mean, you are criminals and you know that while a singular copy of something is that much more valuable, given the sheer scale of this thing, it is going to get so much heat on your asses that a singular copy of something like this might be a little too risky. You're all intelligent enough to come to this realization yourself very easily. You know that there are the Hive, who are your friends and allies, have a certain interest in it as well. I will now ask you, Ace of Ravens, what is the plan that you have to do? Is it an assault, a deception, a stealth, an occult, a social, or a transport approach? I will say it again. Assault, as in do violence to a target. Deception, as in lure, trick, or manipulate. Stealth, as in trespass unseen. Occult, as in engage a supernatural power. Social, as in negotiate, bargain, or persuade. Or transport, carry cargo or people through danger. Now, you can have a two-pronged plan, especially because of some of the things that you know. So give it to me, Ace of Ravens. What is the plan? And on telling the plan, I will ask for a detail to clarify a little more context for what you want to do. I think Hector had started. So
I vote stealth.
Yeah, even I feel like going for stealth because you need to know what is going on.
Yeah, I vote stealth. I think the primary goal is to get in there, get a copy of the plans, and get out.
All right.
Overall plan B, if we get caught, and this is like super plan B, steal the ship and fly out. But that is only if it goes tits up. Because honestly, those plans are more valuable to us and the Hive than the ship is. But
So I had a thought. Like, stealth is the goal if there's 4 of us definitely inside as engineers, right?
mhm.
But stealth can be aided by a little distraction.
Yes.
So maybe a touch of assault, and we use our leverage with the hive to maybe have them send a bit of a mob into the front gates, the power trips, there's confusion, then you guys get the plans. Maybe I've got some demolition gear with me and something blows up. Just I think 2 fronts to this is going to be important.
Mm. I like that idea more. The idea of just so much stuff happening, and we quickly just go in, go out. They don't even notice.
Right, all good.
Same. I was going for the same. Like, have 4 people, with the stealth approach because we have the passes. And I was actually originally thinking of transport, so that maybe we can have some people like 4 people going from this, other people going from the transport, and then maybe we can.
Oh,
God damn!
gosh.
Someone has a small.
Sorry.
Someone has a very small dick.
I'm just
Like,
let me ask you a really quick question. What are we transporting?
The idea. So the transport, from what I understood, is that you get what's it called? You basically hide yourself among the cargo that goes into the maybe warehouse, because we know which warehouse it is, right? So if we didn't pinpoint which trucks go into the warehouse.
Nope. We can only go off of the information that we got.
It's kind of risky to go ahead with the transportation spot.
Yeah, we're done with planning. This is one of those things where, like, we have the information, we have to.
Yeah. So.
And the demolition makes sense.
Yeah, and then I would say we have the 4 passes, right? I think those people don't necessarily need to be stealthy, but the other guys need to be stealthy. Mm-hmm. So I think that would more so be our approach, rather than like, oh, we're all going to be stealthy. Because like if we have passes, like the 4 that have passes don't need to be stealthy. So it's a lot cleaner.
Would that be more social?
That would be a deception, I feel.
Deception.
Yes. Yeah, I would say so.
Well, I will say this. I can go in there. I have a fine disguise kit. We've got paperwork. We have cops we can bribe to get more disguises.
Stop right there.
Sorry, I just
I
tried. I said stealth, but then everyone had different opinions, and then like the only way to convince people to do other things is to plan. And I'm sorry. I'm the veteran that's struggling right now.
It is perfectly all right, because this is a forged in the dark game, and particularly once plans have been identified, the only thing that I will now ask you is that if it is a deception, what is the method of deception? And in this case, we know it is the 4 permits for Eruvian engineers that has been stolen from Una's office. But what is the other plan? Is it assault or is it stealth?
I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him. Barely heard you.
So what I asked is, can it be 3-pronged? Can there be an assault and another stealth?
I think we need to just pick a plan.
Yeah. I think what we're struggling with is that in a classic narrative, like in other games, you plan, execute. Forged in the Dark information, execute, no plan, which I think we're having a hard time with.
Yep.
So why don't we mentioned earlier an incredibly important question. We have no idea what our goals are, and I think that's the problem. Is the goal to steal the plans, like make a copy and get out, or is the goal to steal the ship? Because depending on what that is will determine whether we do social, stealth, assault. Like, it has to be a broad plan, and we gotta stick to it. No matter what other specific things we want to do. I'm sorry, I'm not being too assertive, am I?
No. You're fine. Mike.
Okay.
I was just going to say that it feels like whether we're stealing the ship or the plans, which we will decide immediately afterwards. I think the fact is there will be 4 of us running a deception as engineers. I think based on what I said, and we're going to have a flashback to see whether it works. The other 2 of us, then I suggest replace members of the guard, as kind of I mooted before. We can leverage our position and replace members, and then I set a demolition to explode on the power. Yeah,
we're
in
infiltrating.
theory.
2 of us as guards.
So an assault. I will run an assault. 4 of
Assault.
Yeah, 2 of us run an assault.
There we go.
Mike
That's what
is
we're looking for. Sorry.
I apologize if I was interjecting, Mike, but like I have 15 minutes left.
No details. What we do? Yeah,
quick question, Steve. Like, is it okay if we go press by 10 more minutes? I'm really sorry. We also started a little later than we could have, but like, is it okay if we go? 10.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh shit. All right, cool.
Let's go.
All right, cool. Let's get into it. So, deception team, your method of deception, the detail has been ironed out. You are going through as the Eruvian engineers. Assault team, what is the point of attack?
So I think it's the power. I think we blow the
power grid,
create an explosion. Yeah, the power grid with an explosion.
Yep.
Okay. And thus we move into it. Get your item loadouts.
Done.
The music is about to change.
Actually, we need to decide, right? Who's the deception team and who's the...
I don't... Yeah, it's fine. Just
we don't have to.
Fine.
No, but I mean, fair. You can do that because, like, that has to be said. I'd say definitely that it would be.
Also, this going as a European engineer, obviously.
Yeah.
And quite clearly,
you're blowing things up. Who else is going? Who is accompanying Meg? Is my question. Okay.
I think the cutter makes more sense.
There's 6 of us, right?
Yeah, the cutter and the lurk.
Right.
Yeah. And then the rest of the 4 of us who are more sociable will be heading
to this thing?
Yes.
All right.
All right. Straight up. We move to the score itself. The 4 who are infiltrating. The first challenge that you pose as you approach the walls, the gates, the main gates, is the guard that is waiting there. alert and awake, not sleepy, not tired, purely professional individuals are waiting at the gate, and they see your carriage coming up and stop you, ask you, "Halt! What are you doing here?"
It's just him.
There are, it's not just him, it's 5 guards at the entrance itself. Most of them armed with rifles, not even pistols.
I go ahead and completely in disguise, and I have my first load, which is my fine disguise kit. I'm going to hand him the papers that we were given, that are identifying papers for a inspection.
This is going to be risky, as it is what has been decided by the engagement roll. But what are you using to persuade them?
So I have fine clothes and jewelry on at this point, giving me the air of high class and status. And then I'm going to immediately change my accent as I speak to them. And the name of above table, Hector forgot, not my character. Mrs. What's her name? Mrs.
Madeline Bellick.
Madeline Bellick.
Madeline Bellick. He says, we've been granted special dispensation from the Bellicks to peruse the perimeter. We are interested investors. And I hand him the paperwork with a confident smile.
And you're doing this with
Sway. Mm-hmm.
Roll. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, roll sway. I'm going to go ahead and take stress to push myself for an additional die. And do I get equipment impacts position and effect? Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use the fine clothes and jewelry to increase the effect, or excuse me, lower the position from risky to standard, because we planned for this. Or would it be easier for me to? Does that work? Okay, good. I'm making sure I'm using the rules right. And now I'm just going to roll.
You have 3 others with you, and
so
one of them being an Eruvian. So that could be of assistance also. Just letting you know, on top of the table. I don't want you to kill you guys.
I think Edric is probably posing less as like, oh, look, I'm an inspector, and more like, like hired muscle, like, maybe a bodyguard for, So yeah, I'm gonna take a stress to offer the bonus dice.
Okay.
Right. And the effect is great or standard.
The position is now controlled.
Yeah.
And the effect would be great.
Excellent. All right. I got 2 total bonus dice. And let's go.
A 5. A mixed success. The guard looks at the papers and most immediately first goes, "The Ballacks? Well, I see permission and dispensation from Una Faris. Well, they do know each other, but all right, I'll let you in, but I'll let Mr. Bellick know that you're coming in. Go on through the doors.
All right.
And we're in.
We're on timer.
And you guys get in, and you are on your way. Going through the large compound, you are there are transformers crackling and sizzling electricity coursing through large portions of the space around you. Back in the assault team, the main generators are rather towards, I mean, like Larry, and even with very surface level connections, you would know that the main generators are very much towards the center of the compound. But knocking out the power would definitely be possible by even a blip in the system. By taking out a transformer or two might be helpful, but it is a risky situation. And is there anything that you have in mind to contribute to this situation, Meg and Larry Lurker?
So I have demolition tools on me, so I will have pre-prepared a couple of explosives. So it's just about getting in place to position them. So the plan will be, we've been there for a little bit, we're doing the guard rotations. Every time we walk past, kind of put a hand on, have it something that happens regularly. So over the course of the day, I can then slip as we get nearer the time, when I do that rotation, I can slip the explosive device on the transformer.
They can get controlled using the tools.
Yeah.
There
Now, you would say this is difficult to do to do this utterly, but I do have not to be trifled with. So if I'm performing a feat of physical force that verges on the superhuman, like maybe putting my hand on a highly charged electrical device, then I can push myself to accomplish that.
I am going to say that this is it is still risky, because while there are a few gates to enter into the compound, they are all guarded, and if you want to get in through the walls, you might have to start off with a little bit of breaking and entering, unless there's something else that you have in mind.
Well, I was hoping that when my leveraging of the guard, had got us as part of the guard, so we're uniformed.
Okay, so you are. That is going to be interesting. So that's now that you say in that situation, I have something prepared, and I am going to go into a flashback, and this is definitely an elaborate action that involves special opportunities or contingencies. So I will say, 2 or more stress. This is definitely an extremely stressful flashback, because this is there is a coordination of things that happen. I will say that you take 3 stress for having gotten all of the things that you need. You have your uniforms, you have gotten inside, you have gotten it done. Then it becomes a controlled role. And what do you want to do? You just want to place the explosives on or near the main generators?
Yeah, I think the main generators would be good. That if Moonshade agrees, then Yeah, I think with two of us in there, we can get near the main generators.
Alright, I can get him in as well if there's any problem because I'm good at it.
Then I will say, this is this is the highest stakes role that we're going to be make today. Give me what, and I would assume that, like, since you are using a actually, what skill set in particular are you using to place this? Because that will make
it'll
a
be
difference.
finesse to place it.
Finesse to
will be
place it. Perfect. Then I will say, give me an extremely high stakes, controlled, and great effect finesse roll.
I'll be eating this man.
So I am
You're
pushing
helping?
myself, and
Okay.
you're pushing too. Okay. So controlled. Effect is extreme. And can I add extra die? Yeah, bonus die 2. And I will take the extra stress myself. So push me to 4, yay.
Oh, mixed success.
I might get caught, it's fine.
It is an extremely it is a beautiful shakalaka boom boom that does occur. But in that same term of shakalaka boom boom, there is some shaka shaka that happens to you as well. Both you and Larry, both of you will be taking some harm because as much as you had prepared, the explosives didn't go off with the precise timing that you would have wanted to.
I have bodyguard, so can I protect Larry and take a +1 to my resistance roll, please?
Now, this is a thing. Like, you can entirely choose to resist it as well. Both of you. There are something called a resistance roll, where you immediately take 6 stress. Right? Let me quickly go through that.
It's 6 minus what you roll.
Yeah, it's 6 minus what you roll, and so you can so choose to do this. So go ahead and tell me, do you both want to completely avoid the quite serious harm that would come to both of you?
I'd like to try.
Yeah?
So,
sorry, go ahead.
So I have a question.
Yes.
I have taken an ability known as... I have an ability called Shadow, which says you may expend your special armor to resist a consequence from detection or security measures, or to push yourself for a feat of athletics or stealth. Does that apply here?
Most certainly.
Yep.
Most certainly. Yeah, you are rogue evasion, fucking, like, you're done. Fuck explosion. You're a lurk. You just slide in between the photons of the explosion itself. You're good. Meg, do you want to? How do you want to try and resist this?
So, I think because I'm experienced in kind of explosions and everything, I think I see this coming. I'm going to try and kind of just throw myself out the way of like, duck and cover, basically.
Okay.
And covering Larry at the same time so that I get my bonus die.
So, and I'm assuming you want to. What skill do you want to use for this?
I'm gonna guess this would be. I would like to. It's a really good question. I think it'd have to be survey then, I guess, because I look at the situation, I remember being in similar situations in firefights and such like.
I think while survey would have a certain effect, I feel in this particular instance, finesse would be your best bet.
Yeah, I'll take finesse. Yeah.
Yeah. So you immediately. So the thing about resistance is you immediately succeed. You do not have to deal with any of the consequences, but you take 6 stress minus whatever you roll for your finesse roll. So make a finesse roll for us. And that is a 5. Yeah, so you take
Like-
1 stress. Cool as a cucumber. Cool people don't look back at explosions. You just
No.
fucking walk it off like a boss. And we will, at that moment, as the other team makes it to the warehouse itself, and you have gotten out and gotten through, and you are in fact walking up to the office of Mitchell Bellick himself, there is an explosion in the distance. And there is a as all of it goes down. But very 10 seconds later, you can feel and the backups, get the backups running. Something's going on. And you don't have too much time before the power comes back. What do you guys want to do?
I think immediately rush the office.
Yeah. Yeah, moving slow and fast, as quickly as we can to get to the office.
Okay. You dash, but as the explosion goes off, not only is the security going wild, alarm sounds are also going off. As the entire ironworks is not just a bunch of bells and whistles. It is a fucking wasp's nest that has gone mad. There are lights going off, searchlights that are going off outside that both Meg and Larry observe. Inside, guards are also their guards are there are already 2 guards that you saw that were kind of guarding Bellick's office. More of them are on the way. And outside, I will say, I'm going to now roll a fortune to see if the spotlights catch 2 ragged intruders who are that is a 4. Given the fact that you are wearing sorry, what?
Sorry, no, go ahead.
Given that you are wearing uniforms that you acquired in your flashback, not an immediate this thing, but you do get noticed still. But given the fact that you're wearing uniforms, there is no immediate gunfire. But there is a bellowing voice that calls out to you both. And I'm assuming you would have gotten soldier uniforms, or I'm guessing. Or what uniforms would you have gotten? Security, etc. What?
Yes, security, I imagine.
You would have just gotten a very strong voice that would have just called out over a bullhorn. All security personnel, make your way immediately to the main hangar. There seems to be an incursion. Post haste! Go on! Get! And so you are running there. You inside the warehouse, you are booking it to the office. There is a market difference because most of the engineers or general employees or Sparkrites are either panicked or running to specific positions. You are clear outsiders, but who've been identified to certain parts of the people. But you are running for Belek's office, and as you are running towards, you see that the guards in front have guns at you, and you're like, halt!
Okay.
What are you doing? Identify yourselves. Okay.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is definitely gonna be rolling skirmish for this, but I have an ability, sharpshooter. You can push yourself to do one of the following: make a ranged attack at extreme distance beyond what is normal for the weapon, unleash a barrage of rapid fire to suppress an enemy, so that Leon can get to the office.
Easily done. You essentially spray your bullets out, and both of them go down, but the draws immense amount of attention as the
spending two stress for a flashback.
Okay, go for it.
All right, so we go back, right, and Erdrick and Leon are at some skeezy backwater weapons trade shop. There's an old man behind it who's holding down this weird looking like iron relic. It's a special piece of equipment. It suppresses sound just for one shot, but enough to clear a room to negate the noise. And I will make a sway check. Do I make a roll, or do I just spend the stress?
I will say that you have the.
I have an unusual weapon. I have the load.
No, that's fine. You you negate the sound entirely.
Okay, cool.
You throw it up, and a wave of almost force emanates from this weapon, and all sounds within that field are dampened. It's not too, and it wasn't in an extreme distance. You were rather close to the office when this happened. So the immediate spray of gunfire from Crow was negated, and the soldiers go down. But you do hear from behind you of soldiers climbing stairs to get to you. The door is free, but soldiers are still coming towards the office because they were assigned here. You have maybe 2 minutes.
Okay, so I think what Edric does is they're like, okay, I can take the guards, go in the office.
Yeah, I'm immediately sliding into the office.
Yep.
Okay.
That was also following Leon's scatter. Yep.
Yeah, perfect. And what is Delvin? What is Mothboy doing?
He's gonna stand right by the door, I think. No, it depends. Who's going towards the actual documents?
Leon and Tink. Trade and Tink are making their way into the office.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna stand right by the door. I know there's a lot of electricity around here. Is the door electric?
Everything is electrified.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna use I'm gonna attune into like the electroplasmic field around here, and I'm gonna try and take control of the door myself so I can lock it so no one comes in.
Nice.
Ooh, snap! That is going to definitely be a risky position. Great effect. Quite high stakes.
Okay.
Go,
You got this, Milo.
mother boy.
I got this. I've had great rolls so far.
The dice are telling the story.
There is
The
a
dice betrays.
success
The dice gods betray us.
because as you quick clarification, are you going into the office with them, leaving Crow outside, or what is the situation? Give me a quick clarification.
Can I just pull Crow inside with me because
No, I'm gonna fight the guys.
Okay, well, we're leaving you for dead. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going inside.
Sorry.
Okay. You slip into the office behind Trade and Tink. You pour your hands onto the door and twist, pulling the electricity because there are certain similarities to the etheric field and the electric field. But in your sheer haste to do this, electricity is something that has to be handled carefully. You burn yourself. You take 2 points of harm. You take 2 points of harm immediately as electricity courses through your figure. There is a sizzle of flesh. You have taken 2 points and you are burnt. It is going to be hard for you to do things with your hands at this point. It is going to be a little difficult.
Can I resist against this? Is that how the roll works? Is it resist?
Yeah.
You can certainly go for it. Take 6
I'm looking for rolls.
so roll. You have to roll something to resist it. What are you choosing to roll to resist this? You automatically succeed. It's just to see how much stress you kind of get.
I will roll my insight then, if I'm allowed to, against
Sure.
physical harm.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, that's a 6. 6 minus the 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like absorbed all of that damage.
You absorb it, and while you could have felt that there would have been an immense burn that might have not have ever left your form, you succeed. And in the office is that situation. Outside, as you are, you take cover. What's happening, Crow? Because as you take cover and wait, Meg and Larry Lurker, you join another group of security personnel who are entering the warehouse. You don't hear gunfire, but you do hear a lot of people running up. You do have you have knowledge of where Belek's office is. What are the two of you doing? I will quickly clarify, because all of this is happening simultaneously, almost 2-3 seconds of each other. What are the two of you doing?
Do you want to go?
Okay. So, all right.
Quickly hydrate. Everyone hydrate.
Yeah. So I know where Belek's office is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's upstairs, right?
Yep.
All right. What happens if one maxes out the stress? By the way,
You take a trauma.
I take a trauma.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
do you drop?
All right, I have enough.
You don't drop necessarily,
Oh, okay.
but it is a permanent
All right.
state that can't be kind of gotten back from.
All right. So what? Uh, Johnny, not Johnny. What? John. Larry. Actually, Larry would do is that he would say to Jason, be like, try and maybe like basically ask Jason to misdirect the security guards if he can. He'll go and help the people as he can, or try to. uh, and like try to kind of sneak away and divert away from the group, like without catching anyone's attention, because like it's dark, right? And people are going hither thither, and like just any moment he can catch to slip away. And what he intends to do is find where he knows where Bellick's office is, and if there's a hall, like just be right beneath Bellick's office. Is that possible? Like, is there a space there? Do I know if there's a place there?
Yeah, there you
Okay.
do know that there is an office right below. Yeah, you know. I'm going to say, because at this point, no more roles. This is going to be choices and narrative decisions.
Okay.
You split away. You are booking it to the office below Bellex. Meg, what's happening?
Meg is going to take off their jacket, say, "Did somebody call a mechanic?" and take a nail gun out and start firing at the guards.
Let's go. You know what? I'm gonna quickly do rolls. That's a 6. Fucking you nail all of the guards that are coming. That the guards that entered with you. You have them all at the base of their necks. They are deleted. And there are immediate kind of, as you do that and as they fall, there are other alarms that go off nearby as a certain other organizations are made aware that death has occurred. But they are far.
No.
We have
What?
Crow's Veil.
We have Crow's Veil.
Oh, what is Crowsville? Tell me again,
That's
please.
the one.
Remind
That's
me.
the one where that organization isn't informed whenever death happens near us on our heists. That's why we're the Ace of Ravens. The spirit birds don't come here when we kill people,
Yeah.
which is why we're
Let's
so dangerous.
Go. Let's.
He died.
That is so badass. Okay. And in front of the office, as Crow, you take cover and you notice that there are 4 guards that are running towards you. They notice that the 2 guards are down and that there are bullet holes. They have their guns up and they are already kind of like you're waiting for something to happen. What do you do?
So I don't think Edric actually ever did take cover. I think like they're prepared for a fight. They're ready for a fight. You know, their crew is in the office. If they have to go down to protect their crew, they're going to.
Okay.
So he's prepared and ready to fight them.
Okay. So you open fire. They open fire. I'm going to again do that with a single roll. Mixed success. You take some of them out. 3 of them are down, but you also take damage. You have 3 harm for you. And in the room itself, as there is the crackle of electricity. Okay, let's go.
Oh, and it does nothing.
This is the most Max Payne bullet time bullshit I have ever heard of. But like, fuck yes. But there's still that one dude in the office as the crackle of electricity leaves. It is a lit space, and both Tink and Leon, as you would have run in, you would have seen a rather older gentleman looking panicked at all of this, sitting at the desk, and you've seen enough pictures of him. Mitchell Bellick looks at you, and he sees all of this, and his hand goes for a drawer. He's pulling out a pistol, and it is pointing in. It is rising up towards you. What do you guys do?
I'm going to reach into my pocket. I'm going to pull out my trance powder and go right in his face. Sleep.
Tink, is there something that you would like to... Fuck it. Tink, is there something that you would like to contribute to this?
I think I cannot do anything much better than that.
The old man is just... but I've... And he's down. Tink, you are presented with one of the greatest artificers alive as unconscious form, and you have access to his desk. This is probably the best place for you because nobody else knows what airship plans look like. What do you want to do?
Is the cabinet locked where the plans are stored? Do I see that? Is it on plain sight?
I will say that you quickly go through and study and survey the place. It is locked and it is in secured away from you, and I will do another d6. That is a 3. You also know that this the vault or the safe itself is trapped, and unless opened very specifically, will destroy the contents inside.
Right. Can I search his body to... he's unconscious, I'm not going to stop you anyway. Can I search his body to see if he has any kind of sort of mechanism to open it, any key? I think Sure. Most definitely. I will do another little roll.
You do find it, and you do find it. It is just that there is again his vest itself is trapped, and you also take 2 harm as a portable little electric battery shoots out and your body courses with electricity. But you have the key, and you have taken 2 harm. You can quickly, I will say, it's easy enough to open the vault. You have the plans. The 3 of you are inside the office with the plans to the airship, which is going to change the world.
All right, important note. And this is going to be really quick, and this is going to be my last piece of equipment. All right, I have to do subterfuge supplies. Pulling out the plans. Saw this in a movie once. He opens it up. He pulls out this spray bottle, sprays it, takes out some paper out of a tube, makes a complete copy, puts the original plans back in, shuts, and then leaves with a copy of the plans. And he's like, now they don't have a reason to chase us. Let's go.
Fucking brilliant. But outside, I'll say it's easy enough with Meg and Crow converging on this last guard. Poor fucker's gone. And the door is locked. you have the plans. Now, the only thing that is left to do, Ace of Ravens, is to get the fuck out. What is the plan?
I'm going, because we planned for this, I'm going to open the rug on the office, revealing the hatch to the office below. I open up the door, and there is our teammate who's been down there waiting for us the whole time to lead us using the underground passkeys that we have under the city, so that we don't have to make an above ground escape. We can make an underground escape. And this was something that, while Hector came up with it, I want Spears' character. Oh gosh, hold on. Who's in the office below us? Which character?
Moonshade. Moonshade.
Moonshade. I want this to have been Moonshade's character's idea and why they're down there.
Perfect. As all of this happens in serial effect, you all bounce through, and as there is chaos and blood and some crazy shit that is happening upstairs, the shadows of the Ace of Ravens is gone. Sublimely
Extremely
sublimely disappearing into the shadows themselves. You are away and disappeared. And as
subtlety tactically.
Oh, perhaps a little bit, but it is that is something that can be regained in time, because reputations can change and transition. But more to the point, I will say that with your extremely exquisite handling of the plans, as you not only give a pair to the hive themselves, but in the the adept handling of the situation, they also give you. They are extremely happy, because the profits that they are going to make with this. Secretly, because they are, as much as they are a merchants guild, they're also thieves themselves. They are going to get some massive profits with this. And so in thanks and in thanks and appreciation of what you have brought to the table, you are all of you are taken to a little field in Six Towers, one of the deserted situations, one of the deserted districts, about 2 months later. And your contact in the hive takes you to a little hollowed out mansion, and reveals to you your own airship, which you can now use as a base of operations.
Yo!
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go!
You are now a bunch of shadows with access to an aerial base of operations. And while a lot of things happen that way, there is also silence, because as much celebration as that might happen, all of these things are things that happen in the shadows, in the dark. And as the blades have glinted, they also are sheathed. And that, dear criminals and scoundrels and ne'er-do-wells, is where we will call the session.
It's for
Amazing, amazing stuff.
He said the title of the game! He said Blades in the Dark!
Blades in
Thank
the
you.
Dark,
All right.
Thank you so much. We have pushed beyond what is agreed. Steve, terrible apologies. It was
Thank you some
just
praise for us pushing it.
Yeah. All right.
yes. Go ahead, Hector. Go ahead.
Yes, I've been Hector. It has been amazing. This has been great. You find me at Keiichi Okami all over the internet.
Milo. Sorry, go ahead.
Am I still
Milo, go.
following? Hello, Milo. You can find me at Mentalicious pretty much anywhere: Tumblr, Twitter, Instagram, or you can just dox me and find my house and ask me. There you go.
Lewis Wolf, I produce podcasts. You can find my Twitter at @itsLewis_W.
Alright.
Moonshade.
Yeah, I'm Moonshade. Do not find me. Fuck you. And it's been a great fun. Yeah.
Mike.
Yep, I have been Mike, and I will be Mike next week on Tales of Transea Dark Waters, along with Hector on this channel next Friday. So find me there, and we'll chat and get to know each other a little bit.
Spectre.
Hey, Spectre here. I'll be here. This is my first game on Blades in the Dark. I've got to enjoy a lot of it with everyone. And you can find me on Discord. I'm SpectreWulf.
And I am Adi MK. I was immensely happy to have game mastered this amazing table and this amazing game. This is the first time I've DM'd at Pantsless tables, and hopefully it will not be the last. But you can find me at Noonlight Creations on Instagram, and this has been a blast. And we shall steal from you later.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Steve.